Two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at The Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today. 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at The Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
My faith, then maybe the road I'm on will be repaid. Maybe there's a strong wind that'll throw me back to you, or maybe it was the reason I landed here alone.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live with you on a Monday. Everybody's back behind the big glass here as well. A lot to react to, a lot to get to. National Championship Day in college basketball. And you talk about a hyped-up event. UNC and Duke there in the Final Four was a hyped-up event. But I'll tell you, it felt like, as I watched the game from my house, that it lived up to expectations. That was a fantastic college basketball game.
I mean, 18 lead changes, 12 ties. It came down to the final minute. The implications of that game, it was incredible.
You know, I think it's one of the most amazing things we've ever seen in sports, really. How the Coach K thing ended. You knew his last home game was going to be against North Carolina. That's always the last regular season game, either in Chapel Hill or in Durham, right? So the minute he announced his retirement, you're like, well, there's no doubt he's going to play North Carolina in this final home game, and that is going to be amazing theater. I don't think anybody ever stopped and thought, but what if? What if the final game he ever coaches is in the NCAA tournament, or maybe even the Final Four against North Carolina?
Because it never happened before, but to have a packed house at the Superdome in that city who does such a great job of hosting big events like that, whether it's a Super Bowl or a national championship in college football, and as they've done many times with the Final Four, the history of those two programs to all be jammed into that city that is such a party city, and those fans on top of each other, people canceling concerts to be there, lifelong North Carolina fans, and to get that game. I mean, there with the lead changes at the end, it was big shot after big shot after big shot. My wife, who's not a sports fan, who's going to start Duke in the fall, of course, typical Dunaway fashion, starting Duke after Coach K's time there. Yeah. She's going to start Duke in the fall, and she's downstairs. I didn't even know she was watching the game. I'm upstairs watching it in my little sports loft. And
so she's a Duke fan now?
Oh, she's got sweatshirts and everything.
Oh, wow.
So all of a sudden, and I knew she'd grilled burgers for us and had her Duke sweatshirt on. But I heard her downstairs like, oh, God, when North Carolina hit a big shot and then a Duke hit a big shot. And it was the final 2 minutes. And I was like, are you watching the game? She's like, of course. And I was like, "Oh, you're such a bandwagon fan."
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't even take a bandwagon fan. My wife got sucked in.
Yeah, I mean,
at
just
the
drama.
very end, just the drama and knowing it was potentially Coach K's last game. And right before Love hit that three, when they're coming down to that possession, I said, "Boy, if Carolina hits a three here, this thing is over."
Boy, and Love.
And she said, "Really?" And about the time she said, really, he drained that three.
And that's a guy that flirted with the draft last year, decided to come back for that final year, made the right decision, obviously, but he has been so key.
A degree of difficulty of the shots that he was making on a couple of those. And he was the difference. Who's the guard for Duke? Is it Roach? Is that one? Yeah. He's had such a big tournament, but he sort of wasn't there in the second half. But meanwhile, on the other side, Love was there, and it was just a fantastic game. I was expecting to be disappointed that it was gonna be overhyped, and then it was gonna be a flat game, and then we're gonna get a lot of cutaways of Coach K on the sideline. The game was too good; they couldn't concentrate on Coach K so much because the game was so good.
Well, you got to be frustrated if you're Duke, though.
Oh,
it
could not end worse.
To lose that final regular season home game, but to lose to this North Carolina team that's good. But I mean, if you go back and you look at the final rankings, I mean, they're an 8 seed for a reason. This is a team that lost by double digits 6 different times this year. They lost by 20 or more 4 times this year. They weren't even ranked in the top 25.
Yeah, I mean, this
at any point this season, I don't think.
I know. I said it after the regular season game that those Duke players will have to wear this one forever.
Oh, yeah.
But, some people argued with me that if they come back and win a national championship, if they send them out with a national championship, you'll forget that game at Cameron Indoor.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't. They will have to wear this one forever. I mean, Bencaro, Mark Williams, this Duke group will wear this forever, that they let it in this way for Coach K.
And if you've got 5 guys that are going to go in the top 35 of this NBA draft, and you lose to this Carolina team, I don't know how many pros Carolina's got out there.
I saw somebody say they got 0 slam dunk pros.
Yeah, I mean,
that's hard to believe.
Bacot will be a second-round guy.
Yeah, he's a great college player.
Yeah, but he's a guy that just when you get 20-plus rebounds in a Final Four game, I mean, you compared him, I think, at one point this year to Rodman, right? Because he makes a living.
That was actually Sheboy, but I mean, Baycott's right there with him on the rebound.
Just makes a living at getting rebounds. I mean, he's going to clean it up, and that was the difference in the game. I mean, North Carolina just dominated the boards, and you do have Bencaro, who was having to play because of foul trouble down in the 5 and the 4 slot a lot. And he didn't look as hungry for the boards.
He really did not, did he?
As the North Carolina guys who make a living on the boards there.
Manic crashes the boards, man. I mean, that guy, he's a beast.
And I thought early on that Manic was gonna, Big Country is who I was calling him during the game because he looks like a grizzly man. But he was missing his shots early on. And he was still shooting them, and I was like, oh my God, he's gonna shoot him out of the game.
Yeah.
But he shot him right back in the game in the second half.
Well, he did. You say they didn't make it a ton about Coach K, which they really could not because the game was so good. But boy, we got a lot of cutaways of his wife.
This tournament's been about Coach
K. It really has. I'm glad he's out. I'm glad we'll get the national championship game.
I agree.
I wish he'd gone out earlier. I say that, but I love the way it ended. I mean, that was poetic the way it ended.
Did you see I mean, it was way early in their pregame show, but maybe you've gone back and seen it since. But it was about I want to say it was almost a 10-minute piece. It wasn't that long. Only Taylor Swift does pieces that long. But it was a long package in the pregame show, about an hour and 20 minutes before tip on TBS, and it had Ernie Johnson in tears. And Barkley was choked up, had Barkley remembering his mom in Leeds and stuff, but it was basically Coach K walking into the darkened Cameron Indoor, and they played a video of all of his players and his wife and everyone talking about his journey, and it had him crying at the end of it in the video as well. Coach K was very Ronaldo-esque, but Ronaldo, of course, didn't do it. It was fantastically done, but they buried it about an hour and 20 minutes before tip.
No, I'm not saying I'll go back. I saw you tweet about it. I'll go back and look at it, but I mean,
you don't want to sympathize with Coach K.
No, I really don't. I don't want him to be a sympathetic figure. I mean, I want to hate him.
No, I mean, it was talking about how you changed my life. I mean, you had different players and his wife. Thank you for taking me on this ride. When you proposed, you can only imagine what our lives would be like. It's been, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, this is the old man sports radio, take. The take is a hot take, the old sports radio hot take. There's no way a Hurley Leitner group would have let this happen. No way.
No way.
I agree, I don't think so either.
This is what you get with the one and done.
This is. I mean, the buy-in is just not there. I mean, there's no way some of these old school Duke guys would have allowed it to end this way.
You're right.
Not a chance.
If this game had been happening in the early 90s.
If it had been the Grant Hill, Bobby Hurley, Christian Leitner era, even Rockstar's favorite Duke player of all time, Cherokee Parks.
The best player of all time.
Cherokee would not have let this happen.
But against those Carolina players back then, that era, I mean, we'd had fisticuffs.
Oh, yeah. Look, they would have fought before they let this happen.
You had a 7-point second half lead.
Yep.
You got to be able to hold on to that.
Yeah, 7 points for Duke, which was, I think, maybe the biggest lead of the game.
Yeah.
Carolina had a 7-point lead, too.
So you played 40 minutes, and neither team led by more than 7 points.
No,
that's 2 shots, basically, and you're virtually tied again in basketball.
Yeah, just a fantastic game. It really was. Did they show Eric Church? I didn't pay close attention.
I did not get to see Eric Church. Did they show Eric Church? Anybody see Eric Church?
I never saw Eric Church.
I just wondered if they ever even referenced it because it was such a big
can't believe
story.
the guy canceled his concert. I don't know what you guys
You
said about
can't
that.
believe that. To be there.
I think you probably share my view on it. I'm like, how big a fan is he if he had a concert scheduled for the Final Four?
That's the way I would have been. Yeah.
Well,
like being a Rams fan, there's no way I would schedule something in January.
Well, I don't know when they do tour dates, but if you go back to say they were doing it in December or January, he was probably thinking they're not going to be in the tournament.
Well, that's on him.
We can book it. We can book it.
Well, to follow up on the story, because
so you guys disagreed on it.
No,
I had no problem with him canceling. It's a once in a lifetime event to have North Carolina and Duke in the Final Four against each other. I had no problem with him canceling it. And if you're a fan of him, you would understand that. He's going to go back and everybody gets refunded money, and he's going back and doing a totally free concert for those people that had tickets. So all those people get their money back, and they get to go see him for free now. So he's going to go back and on his dime do a free concert.
Well, hey, that's good. I'm just saying, I'm like Brown. I wouldn't have scheduled it during the
Final Four. That's my problem. I don't care what he does. I appreciate his honesty that he just was upfront about why he was canceling. I question his level of fandom if he had a concert scheduled for the Final Four.
Yeah. And he's saying it's going to be a special evening, so he's probably going to do something else on top of just doing a free concert. They get their money back, and it would not surprise me if he signs an autograph for everybody who's there or something like that.
Couldn't he have just done the concert at 11 o'clock at night?
They're probably curfews. Rockstar brought that point up.
There's sound curfew. If it's an outdoor arena, it's a sound curfew. You have to be done at this.
Even some indoor arenas, you've got a curfew.
He has no
For workers
opening
working
act.
late.
He plays for 3 hours, and he has no opening act. And he was scheduled to start at 8 o'clock in Birmingham. He went on at 9, which was right during the tip of the North Carolina game that night was 8:59, and that was a Sweet 16 game.
Big fan.
So he jumped on stage at 9 and played until midnight. So, I thought maybe he could play in the afternoon or the night before or the night after. But
on a Saturday you could play at 1 o'clock and play all the way until tip.
Yep, all the way and jump a jet and jump over to New Orleans. But he's got a free concert coming up for those folks. And we got basketball tonight. We'll talk more about that game and everything else going on in sports after Brownie tells us about our friends at NASCAR who's coming to Talladega to get you ready for racing later this month. Fun race yesterday in Richmond where Denny Hamlin got the win. I think he's a Virginia native, Denny Hamlin.
I think you're right about that.
Yep.
Big Virginia Tech guy, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Sunday, April 24th is the Geico 500, 2 o'clock Central Green flag. The next-gen car, it's its debut on the high banks of Talladega. You can be there, and you can have that great garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. For information on that or to purchase tickets, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That's TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Or if you want to call, 877-GO-2-DEGA.
Dan Wetzel coming up to start hour number 2. Steve Prohm will join us to start hour number 3 at 11 o'clock. LT will tell us stories about his beach trip and trash at 11:25. That and a lot more, including best and worst of the weekend, coming up in our next segment. So roll on in with us. You want to jump on the phones, you can do that, 205-734-0923, 734-0923. That'll get you on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. And you can always jump into the chat room over there if you're watching on any of our video platforms, whether it's on Twitch or Facebook, on Twitter, and also, of course, on YouTube. Remember, if you're joining us on any of those platforms, to like and subscribe. We're 145 days from week 0 of the college football season, not far at all for that. But we got more basketball tonight, national championship game. It goes again. I'd like to remind you, it's a late tip. It's 8:20 Central Time, 8:20 Central Time, and you'll instinctively turn on CBS, and it will not be there. It's on TBS again tonight. TBS, 8:20 tonight. It's North Carolina and Kansas in the other game. And this Kansas team has been very quiet as a 1 seed, making it to the national championship game.
Boy, they played as well as you could play to start that game against Villanova. And McCormick was just a mismatch in the paint. They had no answer for him. And when Abaji's hitting those threes, this Kansas team, I mean, if they shoot the perimeter shot like they did against Villanova, there's no way they lose tonight.
Yeah, it is. There was so much focus on the Duke North Carolina game. It's like Kansas Villanova were just in the way.
Yep. We've all been to a concert. And for me, one that sticks out to me, the Counting Crows, I think, Rockstar, I'm right about this, opened for one of the Rolling Stones tours.
That's my first concert ever. Had a panic attack at Legion Field.
So, Counting Crows and Rolling
just
Stones.
When Around Here was just, was their second single, was just picking up steam. And I remember I was a Counting Crows fan.
And I was too, right? I was too, because I like that kind of music, because it was in the 90s, right?
It was 1994, I believe.
I remember being single, and my buddy Suge and I got there early to watch the Counting Crows. And I would say when they took the stage, maybe a quarter of the fans were in their seats at sold-out Legion Field or it was packed Legion Field, maybe a quarter of the fans. That's what Kansas felt like the other night.
They were the opening act.
They were up there playing. Yeah. Nobody's paying attention.
That's right.
Yeah.
Lights are up.
Song will end. You'll hear the PA guy say, don't forget, coming up later tonight, North Carolina and Duke will take the main stage.
I'm trying to shoot free throws.
Guys coming back with a handful of beers, going through the eyes.
Yeah.
Sorry. That is amazing when you talk about, traditionally, a top 5 program in Kansas.
Oh, I know. In any other Final Four, Kansas, Villanova, that's a dream matchup.
And then if Villanova would have gone on and won this championship, and once Justin Moore tore the ACL against Houston, you pretty much knew it was going to be tough sledding. But if they would have won this championship, it'd be, 3 and 6 years?
Yeah. A little bit of a dynasty. Yeah, they were
for college basketball, yeah.
Yeah, and there was a debate on whether, everybody was calling it a blue blood Final Four, and there were some that were like, oh, Villanova's not blue blood. Well, if you just look at recent history, they're about as good as you get.
Well, they've got as many national championships as Kansas has.
Yeah, Bill Self just has one, right?
Yeah,
In all of
Jay
his
Rice
time
got
at Kansas, he's got one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to get to that in a little bit.
Yeah.
And it sets up one of the most awkward situations of all time is Mark Emmert, the president of the NCAA, having to hand over a trophy to a school that's still under NCAA investigation.
Yep.
And one of the largest scandals in NCAA history, really.
Oh, I think the over-under is July 4th on when they have to vacate the national championship if they win it tonight.
Do you think he whispers in his ear, "Don't get used to this"?
Yes, don't get your fingerprints on this. We'll dust it, by the way.
You're renting this, by the way. You're not owning this right here.
I'll be getting this back in 2 months.
What if he does have a string on it? He hands it to him, and Bill Self goes to hold it up, and he goes.
So
Pulls it
all
right
I can
back.
think about when I guess it was Tracy Wolfson that was interviewing Self on the sidelines after that quick start
Was the
And
toupee.
when he's leaning over. I think about the toupee now.
Every
And I'm
time.
like,
Do you see it?
I don't see it. You guys are better at that than me.
Okay.
It's a pretty good toupee then.
Send it out as another Cowan Equipment poll
Yeah, I'm not
question.
sure it is a toupee.
You're not sure it's a toupee. The guy, I think it is. I think it is. I've been up close and personal with it.
Rocky, have you looked at it?
That's the one thing I do too. I can't tell.
I can't tell.
And it must be a really good toupee. I mean, you can tell when a bad one, but like that James Trafficant guy,
Yeah.
the one that had hair up here.
Yeah, no. I'll say it is a good one, but
No,
yeah.
it's one of the best ones of all time.
So
but
do you think he glues it?
I don't know how it
yeah,
does it.
absolutely.
But it looked like I could see scalp through it though.
Oh, that's the way they make it.
Yeah, they make it with the scalp
With
showing.
scalp on
yeah.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
Makes it look real.
Yeah, and
The telltale signs, those Allen Fieldhouse games that get hot and he's all sweaty and the top's just perfect and then the hair down here is soaked in sweat. Yeah.
there's a little bit of that. If you look right now, he's got real hair that is showing, but if you look right here on it, right here, that's where you're going to see it right here.
Basically the ring.
Yep. Because basically, if I were to pay, this would be what I was covering. This is all he's covering right here. This
So
part
you
right
can
here.
grow it heavy on the sides.
Oh yeah, I can. I mean, I could have Bozo the Clown hair if I wanted to. I could be out here like this. You'll notice,
like Larry David.
You'll notice, yeah. Or Feinbaum sometimes if he doesn't have it cut
Yeah.
tight, he gets a little puffy on the sides. I could puff it out.
I don't know what it is. I feel like
I mean,
this,
look,
See, there it
there-
is.
yeah.
I mean, it to me, I mean, again, you guys are really good at this, and I don't know when you started to notice that, but I had no idea until you brought it up, and I'm still not sure.
I mean, look at the top, and then the hair, and then right behind the ear, how that blend area.
I wish
right
I
there.
could get this photo to Rockstar that I'm looking at right here.
I
because
will tell you, it's a
just-
good one though, Brown.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad one. He's got a ton of money. I think the more money you got, the better your toupee
Yeah.
can be. I mean, that's a rule in life.
I mean, he doesn't have that. I mean, how old is Bill Self now?
I would say he's
60?
60. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously dying that. If it's not real.
Yeah,
just
I mean, it's serious out there. He's 59. He'll be 60 in December.
what day in December?
December 27th, Jim.
Oh.
2 days after Christmas.
He's got a little gray sideburn too.
Yep.
Yep.
So maybe that's
A little bit.
little
Just a
telltale.
teeny tip.
Yep.
Just a little bit, like his real hair right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I think there's photo. If you just do a Google image search.
Oh, is it on the internet?
No,
Does
no.
anybody
I'm
else-
just saying, just do a. Okay, let me see. Bill Self toupee. That's.
Oh, look, that guy's having on 3 Sports having fun with Bill Self's fake hair.
Yeah.
Boy, they break it down.
They really do. I'm
My
not.
God.
I'm not quite that interested in it.
Self hair.
A is the real stuff.
Yeah.
B is the
It's the fake stuff.
No, like I
fake is
could.
Pamela Anderson is what it says.
I honestly could not pay attention to what he was saying because I was studying his toupee when she was
I
interviewing him.
did too, the entire interview because I knew he was going to do coach speak because he didn't.
Yeah.
You know, the other team was about to take the field. He didn't want to pick sides or anything or say anything. So
I should be more excited about this game tonight, though.
You know, I'm kind of like you.
You know what? I think
it
here's
feels
what
like-
happened.
It feels like a letdown. It really does.
So I'm poolside on Sunday, and I'm back and forth. I got a pool out there, and I'm running back and checking out. Miami's up 6 on Kansas, and as long as they hang on, then it comes down to tonight for our tiebreaker. And I think I put so much energy into that and being so excited
Yeah.
about it coming down to a point total between you and I for the bracket challenge that once Kansas played maybe the best half of basketball and maybe Miami played the worst half of basketball on Sunday, then it was pretty much over and it just kind of
Well,
killed
I mean,
us.
to use another musical example here, Rockstar, it feels as if we're at a music festival that's a 3-day music festival, but the biggest name headliner played Friday night.
oh yeah,
And then Saturday and Sunday, you get good concerts.
That's
They're
just
good.
the cleanup crew.
Yeah, but it's
Hey,
the cleanup. I mean, it's still a good concert, but it's not the big act.
are you going to Hangout Fest today or are you going back to Birmingham today? I'm gonna go see the early bands.
I've paid my tickets. It's the only time it happens. Yeah.
We got to drive after the concert.
Would it feel different if Duke would have won? I mean, if you still had that
Well,
Coach
you're going to
K
have,
element.
yeah. I mean, I think, I don't even know.
Probably so. Probably
Well, I
so.
did not want him to close it storybook.
I didn't either.
I don't think anybody did.
No, I mean, it was going to be too Disney of a finish. And just if it had been anybody else playing them, I don't guess I would have minded if he had won. It's not that I'm a North Carolina fan. It's just that is such amazing drama to see Carolina retire him twice. I mean, they got to retire him in his home court and for his life.
Yeah, the only meeting in the Final Four.
Yeah. I mean, that's incredible. The odds of that happening were astronomical when the season started.
And I've seen this reported differently. Does the series end up 50-50 all time now under him?
No, 50-48 Duke.
50-48 Duke. Because at
Does
one
that
point,
count Saturday night, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
because at one point it was being reported it was 50-49 Duke in the lead going into that game. So it's 50-48 is where it ended up.
Wow.
Okay.
So roughly a draw for his career. That shows you the quality of that rivalry. It really does.
But it was his first loss as the head coach at Duke, his last home game, and his last game home in North Carolina.
That's crazy.
tough.
Yeah.
That is
And boy,
crazy.
you could tell Roy Williams. I mean, obviously he's a Carolina guy through and through, but there was something extra about that game.
Absolutely. Still in a mask.
He even got that mask off at the end, though. He was so excited. That mask came off, the matching mask. He's got the Carolina blue.
Okay, somebody's saying 50-50 in 100 games. I read 50-48 yesterday.
Yeah, ESPN Stats was where it started for me, and then somebody else started reporting it differently. We'll try to check and get it finalized there because I'd seen it reported two different ways. Originally, it was 50-49 going in, and I was wondering if it changed.
Are there any
afterwards.
forfeitures in there that you might have been seeing? Some people count forfeitures, some
yeah.
don't. North Carolina had that academic scandal.
They
I don't know if
did.
they had to forfeit any games because of it.
They did.
I generally ignore those.
Yeah, by rule on the show, if the game was played, we go by outcome on the field or court.
Right. Absolutely.
Not
Yeah.
by any vacations or whatever else you would call
and
it.
also his carry points, he didn't coach the 94 games. Remember, he was out. And those did not count. Those did not count towards his record. So that could.
Yeah, that would have been
mess up
2
everything.
Carolina wins.
Yeah, I think he made certain that all those losses got hung on Pete Gaudet and not on him.
Yeah. So I got to catch. I'm going to count those against him because that was his team.
Well, he was the head coach.
He built that- he
I'm
built
sorry
those
you're
teams.
on the couch with the back because your team sucked, but you were the head coach.
Hey, go check out our exclusive auto wholesale bracket challenge to see where you are with one game left. Do you have a chance to win it? If Kansas or North Carolina wins it tonight, do you have a chance to move up, to change where you are? Do you have Kansas or North Carolina still alive? Go see where you are in the rankings right now at nextroundlive.com, brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale right on Highway 31 in Pelham Parkway. They put LT in his ride, the Bronco with the roof down on his beach strip. You can't beat that. Great inventory. Go check them out. When we come back, we'll do best and worst of the weekend. The show is being brought to you in part today by our friends at the University of Montevallo. Getting ready for a new school year. If you got a senior still looking for a great place to call home for college, Montevallo is that place to be. If you got a rising junior and you're starting your journey, schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu. 75 majors, NCAA Division II athletics, including a baseball team, got a sweep over the weekend. One of the best baseball teams in the country right now. Check them out at Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. No price increase in tuition for the 5th straight year. A great price point. It's Montevallo, the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Denaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A number of years ago, I could not tell you how much a good night's sleep helps your performance. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round because I wasn't getting a great night's sleep. I am now, and it's thanks to the expert outfitters at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters nearest you and do what my wife and I did. Go into the store, answer a few simple questions, and in mere moments, they've got you laying on a bed finding the best one for you. For us, it was the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we absolutely love it. It could not have been easier. And right now, when you head into Sleep Outfitters, you can take advantage of the Spring Super Sale. Get any size Sealy for the twin size price on all Sealy Outfitters and Posturepedic spring mattresses. Full queens and even kings start at $299 with 0 interest for up to 6 months on approved credit. Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $25 a month. Get incredible free gifts with qualifying purchases valued up to $300 and get free delivery and setup with any purchase $599 and up. That's right now in the Spring Super Sale at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters near you when you visit sleepoutfitters.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
You know what I love about our viewers and listeners? One of them, there's been a bazillion things, but yesterday, Jaden Shackelford announced that he was going to the NBA, and instantly on Twitter, people were like, Shackelford. They were spelling it out. And then one guy went, Rockstars guy.
Hey, he's
Speaking of Rockstars guy.
Is that a masquerade? At MD Realty, Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Now, I've said on this show, and I think you guys all agree, that the Nick Saban farewell will be nothing like the Coach K farewell. Nick Saban will basically, maybe in a one-line note, let everyone know that he is leaving Alabama when it's said and done. I don't foresee him ever, because he doesn't like attention. I don't ever see him saying, this is going to be my final year at Alabama, and let's go out and have one last ride together.
I don't even know that
I don't know that he'll know that before the year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he strikes me as the type that doesn't know, okay, this is it for me. I think if he ever decides that this is it, he'll just retire. I won't do another year where my heart's not all in it.
And we've agreed that.
Yeah.
We've all agreed across the board. Coach K made that announcement, and it went all year long. Now, I'm not doubting what he's about to tell us, but when you make that announcement, you do make it about you. It's really not fair to your team when you're a legend like him and you make the announcement that this is going to be my final year. This is after the game, after they've lost. His final game as the coach at Duke, unless our poll question, you vote one way in our poll question. But here's Coach K after the game saying it's not about him.
It's not about me, right? Especially right now. As a coach, I'm just concerned about these guys. I mean, I see, they're already crying on the court, and I mean, that's the only thing you can think about. And then going into the locker room, I've said my entire career, or when I knew what the hell I was doing, that I wanted my seasons to end where my team was either crying tears of joy or tears of sorrow, because then you knew that they gave everything. And I had a locker room filled with guys who were crying. And it's a beautiful sight. It's not the sight that I would want. I'd want the other. But it's a side that I really respect and makes me understand just how good this group was.
And listen, I believe he's sincere and really believes that.
I didn't see it walking off the court, though. I mean, that's one of the things that I noticed on Saturday night watching the Duke players leaving the court. I didn't see any tears. Now, maybe once they got to the locker room, it was a lot different.
Maybe so, but you can't make it about you and then say, hey, it's not all about me.
That's right.
You can't have both of those. He made it about him. You can't do that and then come back when you've lost the game and you don't want your players to have to bear that burden on the podium and say, hey, it's not all about me. Well, you made it about you.
Well, when you announce it before the season,
That's
as
right.
you said, you're a legend like Coach K, it's going to be about you the entire year.
Because give me a reason why. Give me a reason why you would do that.
Well,
why would you announce before the season?
He has always said he wants it to be a strong transition to a new coach.
Right, but he's going to get to handpick that guy. Whether he announced it before the season, during the season, after the season, the day before next season, he's going to get to handpick that guy. He is Duke basketball. If he wants John Shire to have that job, Shire's getting that job no matter when.
But I do believe that recruiting-wise, they are number one in the country in recruiting. I think that is correct.
Probably so.
So it does look like the transition is going well as transitions go. But
I think the brand stands. I mean, guys still want to play for Duke, whether it's Coach K or not.
They do. I always wonder what it's going to be like after Coach K.
I agree. It's going to look weird if they fall off. If John Shire's Matt Doherty, this is going to look weird because we've not seen that in our lifetime. We hadn't seen it with North Carolina either until Matt Doherty did it.
That's right. I mean, if it's Billy Gillespie's Kentucky or some others.
Those look weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird to see those names. And North Carolina has been there a couple of times. I understand what he was trying to do, and it's not easy to transition from legendary coach to the next coach. And so he's trying to, do that in a unique transition of announcing this is my final year and then having that whole farewell to go. You cannot tell me, though, it did not make the last game at Cameron a little tougher. Then they handled it really well in the tournament. Now you get into the Final Four, which is an accomplishment just to get there. So the team, he said it a lot, is a two-time champion, winning the ACC and winning the regional. But now you're playing Duke first time. I mean, North Carolina, it's the first time ever they've ever met in the NCAA tournament, and it could be Coach K's last game. I sent out video yesterday of North Carolina fans who rented one of those bands that walked the streets in New Orleans. And, I mean, it had to be 100 North Carolina fans who were basically having a Coach K career funeral walking through Bourbon Street.
Yeah, by announcing it before the season, I don't know what he wanted to accomplish, but I'll tell you what he did accomplish. He gave his biggest rival some of the greatest enjoyment they have ever had in the history of their program.
And I don't think you can never get that back.
And that is a proud program and the history of their program.
But, another layer to this, you talk about the transition, and Duke fans really don't know what to expect. Well, Carolina fans do now. Hubert Davis, year one, he's got to play for a national championship. And, it's funny because I know some diehard North Carolina fans, and I got some texts back in the middle of the season when people were like, I just don't know if this is going to work out.
Well, and we talked about it on the show whenever we were transitioning from football to basketball that, this North Carolina team may miss the tournament.
Well, they were 12-6. They were 4-3 in the ACC conference. The ACC was not good this year. And they had just lost to, I think, Pittsburgh or Wake Forest by double digits. One of those 20-point losses. And I think there were a lot of North Carolina fans that were concerned about making the NCAA tournament.
Now, keep in mind, Bill Guthridge went to 2 Final Fours.
In 3 years.
In 3 years. And it felt like they couldn't get rid of him quick enough.
Yeah, he's forgotten.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they were so ready to move on to Matt Doherty.
Well, think about it.
Yeah, it was Matt Doherty, yeah.
The last coach, I think, in year one to win, maybe Kevin Ollie won one in year one.
I think he did, yeah.
Okay, but Tubby Smith before that at Kentucky. How often do you think about Tubby Smith at Kentucky? That seems like more of a train wreck than it was success, but he won a national championship in year one.
Yeah. I mean, those fall into my football Larry Coker category sometimes. They do it with somebody else's players and such. Tripp says North Carolina fans were calling it the world's largest retirement party. And they were having a blast with that. And I don't know about you Alabama fans out there, but as I was watching it all unfold pregame, during the game, and after the game, I started thinking to myself, okay, and what if this was Alabama football? What if this was Nick Saban?
A college football playoff, Nick Saban's final game losing to the Auburn Tigers. I can't even put Brian Horson in that conversation right now. I mean, it would be hard to imagine right now, but if Auburn was to beat Nick Saban on that stage,
lose the Iron Bowl, still both make the playoffs, end up making it, facing each other in the playoffs at some point, maybe the national championship. It happened a little bit with Steve Spurrier's only national championship. He beat Bobby Bowden in Florida State. That was Spurrier's only national championship.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't Bobby Bowden's last hurrah or last championship.
I don't know. There's just something about it. I've seen a lot of people make the comparison you just made, and maybe if I ever live it, it's very unlikely we'll live that one, but if I ever live it, it'll feel different. It just doesn't feel like they equate to me. I can't put my finger on
Alabama
if Nick Saban were to coach his final game and we knew it, and it were Auburn in the national championship game or the semifinals like this one was.
What do you think? It would be bigger?
It just, I don't know. No. I'm saying it just wouldn't feel the same.
I mean, Nick's won 7 national championships. K's won 5.
Okay, I don't think Alabama fans would want that situation.
Oh, I don't think they would.
Yeah,
no.
because, talking to Carolina fans again before this game, some really didn't want this game.
Yeah.
I think it's just because the nature of the Iron Bowl is once a year, end all, be all, it settles everything. That is not the nature of Duke, North Carolina. They always meet twice a year, sometimes 3 times in the ACC tournament. Never had they done so in the NCAA tournament, obviously, until Saturday. But there was always this possibility that, there's 3, maybe even 4 meetings between the two. We're just so geared with the Iron Bowl. It's all about that one meeting, and it's end all, be all. That is it. It just feels different to me, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but it just feels different.
There's no way that doesn't change in the future. I think Alabama and Auburn will meet in a playoff somewhere down the road. We're going to expand to 12 teams.
When we expand to 12.
Yeah, it's going to be too many times when Auburn is good that Alabama is going to be, good too, and they'll be in the 12-team playoff.
Let me give you this, because I think we were all at this game, maybe even Rockstar, I don't know. There has never, or at that point there had never been, and maybe still never been, a bigger nemesis for Alabama at Auburn than Pat Dye. We knew the 92 Iron Bowl was it for Pat Dye.
Yep.
Now, that was a really good Alabama team and a very subpar Auburn team, so it's a hard comparison to make.
We never get enough credit for that. WVTM, NBC 13.
NBC 13, would y'all break the story?
First to report.
Wow.
Pat Dye was stepping.
Who did it? Ken Last?
Stan White told me.
Oh, you reported it.
I was covering their team meeting Friday night, which was down at, what's the hotel by the BJCC?
The Sheraton.
Stan White walking out whispered to me, Coach Dye's retiring.
Coach Dye's retiring. Jimmy
What,
D.
Stan?
I can't hear you with all my hair.
This is not like you to take credit for this.
Not really. Like any good journalist, you chase down a second reliable source, right?
No.
Yeah.
I told Ken, I said, hey, good source telling me Coach Dye's retiring.
So you go on 13. I think I remember this. I think I remember watching the night before.
We reported it.
Yeah.
It was the night before, right?
It was in the paper the next day.
Yeah, it was the night before because that was a Thanksgiving Day game. Yeah, so that was the Wednesday night before. That was back when you used to have the bye week before, so there had been a good week and a half.
No internet then.
Yeah, no. But I was going to ask, did that game feel different because you knew it was Pat Dye's last game?
I mean, Alabama, I think, was a 14-point favorite.
I was going to say the difference there is there was an inevitability in that game. You knew Alabama was going to stomp them, whether it was Pat Dye's first game, last game.
I don't think they stomped them, though.
Well, 17-0.
Yeah, that was a 0-0 game until right before the half where Stan threw an interception to Antonio Langham and took it down the press box sideline.
Very descriptive, Eli.
Yeah.
What was the piping? Yeah. I don't know that Auburn ever threatened to score in that game. I don't even know what their deepest penetration was in that game.
And Stan didn't finish the game, I don't think.
No, I think Byron Holbrooks put him out.
No, it was 90.
Was it?
Yeah, Stan played in a lot of Iron Bowls. He played in 4 Iron Bowls.
Oh, yeah.
And not many quarterbacks get to do that.
4-year starter.
But, I mean, that just didn't feel like a different Iron Bowl to me. And this is not an apples-to-apples comparison. I was trying to make one. I've thought about this over the weekend when people bring this up, and it's not just people in this state. I've seen national people say, imagine Nick Saban's final game against Auburn.
Yeah, and Nick Saban's a better example. Pat Dye was a great coach, but he wasn't a Mike Krzyzewski or a Nick Saban.
But I remember the emotions afterwards. 2 things stand out to me, because Gene Stallings and Pat Dye were friends, and Pat Dye was shorter than Gene Stallings, and Pat Dye breaks down in the tears at midfield.
Wasn't that before the game when they met?
Was that
post-game?
I don't think they were crying before the game. I thought it was post-game, but it may have been a pregame. But I remember the video of Stallings hugging him.
Yeah.
Dye's hat gets cocked a little bit because it hits him in the chest, and he's in tears, and Biebs is hugging him. But I thought it was after the game. And then in the post-game locker room, I remember a Sports Illustrated photographer standing up in a chair in the locker room to get a shot of Pat Dye because everybody was crammed into the small Legion Field locker room
where he was doing the press conference, the post game.
Yeah, and David Housel pulls the guy out of the chair forcefully, pulls him out of the chair, and tells him, "We don't stand in chairs in the Auburn locker room."
Okay,
gotta have rules.
Yep. And maybe, I mean, he was just David Housel's a Southern gentleman, and. Southern gentlemen don't stand in chairs. And I remember him yanking it down. I was like, dang.
I wish somebody said, Pat, we can't see you. Bring that chair over here.
Didn't we have a president? Didn't Andrew Jackson stand on his desk?
He could be. I don't know about that.
Anyway, that was just a weird scene this weekend down in New Orleans. Several of our listeners sent us pictures from the games that were there, and hope you're still there tonight to see an amazing scene when we go at 8:20 tonight. TBS for the national championship, North Carolina and Kansas. We'll get to the best and worst of the weekend. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right. No matter where you are, watching or listening to us, 48 states in the continental U.S., if you're starting to refinance or get that new mortgage, the best place to do that is with our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, hey, look, things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home, find yourself a little short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professional. Get your fix. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, and don't forget, we've got a couple of poll questions for you right now at Next Round Live on Twitter, One of those includes the question that a lot of people were asking after the game. Do you think Coach K will do what Tom Brady and others have done and decide not to retire? The first 300 or so votes there, 28% of you say, I could see it.
I
really
just don't see. He's 75 years old.
Yeah, he's so old, and I just can't see it.
Yeah.
I mean,
what a farce that would be, too. It's one thing Tom Brady taking 40 days to go, and he's like, hey, the kids, Giselle, too much. I'm going to go back.
But to do a victory lap and then do it?
Too much.
Yeah. That's a really bad look.
But he's got to live with the way it ended as well.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. But all in all, if it wasn't North Carolina just to be in the Final Four, it's a good last year for Duke.
Oh, absolutely. Any other school would have taken that. Any other school.
If they had been paired up with Kansas and they'd lost in Kansas, then that would have been
this is devastating.
Oh,
This one hurts. You wear this one to the grave.
For eternity.
That's a Cowan Equipment poll question. Go vote right now. Brought to you by the great folks at Cowan.
Yeah, since day one, our friends at Cowan have been right there with us. Make sure you check out their heavy equipment. If you have heavy equipment needs, our friends at Cowan, they can take care of you. If you're having a hard time finding the new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, all you got to do is check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale. Now you can visit cowan.com/ Featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Weight of Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Weight of Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Weight of Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Weight of Wellness. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
We'll do best and worst of the weekend throughout the show. We'll start it right here. It's brought to you by the great folks at Hemp Hill Services.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. I recently experienced that in my home. Rockstar did as well. The first person that we called, our friends at Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones we trust to fix it right. Fix it the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. It is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Other than the national championship in basketball tonight, Alabama, Georgia, 2 top 15 softball teams, 6 o'clock on the SEC network for that. Walker Kessler and Jaden Shackelford both going to the NBA. We'll talk a little bit about Kessler coming up a little bit later on. College football everywhere and Tiger Woods' decision in a moment. LT, start us off. You're the guy who hadn't been here for 5 days. What's your best of the weekend or week and the worst of the weekend?
I didn't really have a worst. My best of the weekend was North Carolina knocking off Duke.
Was it really?
Yeah.
You enjoyed it that much?
Well, I had Duke minus the 4, but if they weren't going to cover, I didn't want them to win. And I just thought with the implications, everything at stake in that game, I thought it was an awesome way for Coach K to go out. Never liked him, always respected him. Never liked him, though.
Brown, your best of the weekend was?
My best was, I don't know if you guys have seen this. It was such a surprise when it dropped. But Dude Perfect, who I don't know if you guys like Dude Perfect or not.
Entertaining.
Entertaining.
I like it when I stumble across them.
Yeah, Dude Perfect played Amen Corner at Augusta National with hockey sticks, pool cues, frisbees, soccer balls, and Bryson DeChambeau was involved, which a lot of people don't like Bryson.
How did they let them do that?
So disrespectful.
Dude, the white uppity golf guy reaction to it, Rockstar, was incredible.
I can't even imagine.
Incredible.
So is this your best or your worst?
No, it's my best. I'm fine with it. I mean, I applaud Augusta National for doing this. I think they realize they're trying to help grow the game, that this is a great avenue to introduce younger people that don't necessarily play golf to the game of golf to do something like this. And DeChambeau's involved, and he comes off great in it, I thought. A lot of people don't like him.
He's trying to work his image, isn't he?
Probably.
Because he's not playing good golf these days.
The fact, he's been injured too. The fact that Augusta National agreed to this blows me away. I mean, they would never have done this even maybe 10 years ago.
Now, when was this recorded? How close?
A couple weeks ago. They've already got the grandstands up in the video. You can see the grandstands in the video.
Because I didn't think it would have been like while there were golfers in town playing the women's amateur and the practice rounds for the Masters.
It's a couple of weeks ago, and it is now. Look, I mean, again, there's Zach. Hockey sticks on the golf course definitely grows the game. I mean, you're going to get a lot of people that are just dug in on this. And
were there some incredible shots?
Yeah, I mean, it's I mean, they're doing it differently. They're not playing normal golf, obviously, but it's an effort by Augusta National to try to introduce something about golf to a younger generation. I applaud them for it. Now, you're going to get stodgy old white guy that's going to hate it. Trust me. Like Rockstars, I mean, he immediately jokingly said so disrespectful, but it's true.
You guys know me. I'm not afraid to ask for anything typically.
Right.
I would have been uncomfortable with this ask.
Oh, yeah. Can you imagine the Dude Perfect guy running this one past Augusta National?
Because I would have told him you've got a 99.9% chance they're going to say no.
Yeah. No, this was against all odds that they asked this one and that Augusta said yes.
There's no way I would have even asked. No way.
Yeah, I'm right there with you.
Yeah. I mean, that would be like, hey, can we do keg stands in a cathedral somewhere?
Oh, it's the perfect thing. Keg stands in a cathedral. We want to go to St. Peter's.
Yeah.
It is a perfect example of you never get a yes if you don't ask. I mean, it is a perfect example of that because you guys are both, and I'm probably with you. I'm like, when Dude Perfect came up with this idea, their main guy had to be like, y'all, there is no way we'll ever get a yes on this one.
Here's some pictures.
Yeah, Scott's putting up photos for those of you watching on social media.
Yeah,
on video.
That guy with the hockey stick putting on the 12th there, I guarantee you, he was like, "Ooh, don't
scrape the green.
Don't scrape the green."
Tennis rackets too.
Tennis rackets. So you had a bag full of implements. A tennis racket, a billiard cue, croquet, frisbee, and you could only use each one once. So once you used it, it was out. And it was whoever could get around Amen Corner who could go the furthest around Amen Corner. They started on 11. I mean, it's really cool, and it's just amazing that this is where Augusta National is now, where they agree to stuff like this.
Yeah. It is now Masters Week officially. We're waiting on Tiger Woods. whether he'll play or not. I'm excited that he plays. I mean, whether he does well or not, I think Tiger being there helps, helps brings the average listener in, and it'll give you somebody. I mean, I would love for him to only play in this event and make an impact to somehow be in contention on Sunday.
Well,
to make the cut would be amazing.
Most people thought the guy might never walk again. That
he almost lost his leg.
Yeah, lose the leg, and for him to be competing now in Augusta, it's incredible.
Best and worst of the weekend. NAAU fan best was Auburn winning 2 straight road series in baseball. They did. They went to number 12 LSU and took 2 of 3 from LSU down there. You get a chance to see Auburn in town tomorrow night at Regions Field against UAB. If you're an Auburn fan in the area, want to catch them in Birmingham. His worst of the weekend was Walker Kessler declaring for the NBA. Probably the right call for him, but wanted him back one more year. A lot of you Auburn fans said that was the writing on the wall when you got the big guy who was an LSU commitment on Friday before he left the show. You guys thought, well, if he's coming, they probably know Kessler's leaving, because a lot of people painted those two as the same position, same type player. But Kessler going, what do you think of him in the NBA?
I think he's going to be a guy that's 10 to 12 minutes a night. He'll be a guy that gets you, 6 points, 6 rebounds, couple of blocks. I mean, he'll earn a good living. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be a star by any means. And I don't know, seeing the news last night that he was coming out, it's no surprise. He's projected, most people say, between 20 and 30 that back end of the first round. But in today's NIL, I don't know if I'm Kessler, I might come back.
Yeah,
he probably could have been a millionaire coming back.
That's why I thought he'd have to be like 16 or higher to leave, and if he was down below that he would come back. Interesting.
What's really interesting is just a month ago, Kessler was like, man, I made the right decision coming to Auburn, and he probably still did. He was a National Defensive Player of the Year. He's going to be a first-round guy. But imagine if he would have stayed at Carolina.
Be playing for the national championship tonight, like our buddy, our former intern, Garrison Brooks, as well, who went to Mississippi State. Could be playing tonight for a national championship. We'll talk to Dan Wetzel when we come back. Part of our show being brought to you by one of the hottest barbecue places in the state now. It's right off of the Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit on I-65, a great place to swing by on your way home tonight. It's our friends, LT.
Yeah, at Creekside Barbecue. It's centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken. They've got the North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There is something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek. They've got several TVs, incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by. Tell them the next round sent you, or check out their menu today. Go to creekside/bbq.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant Bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've now been on the program for about 6 weeks, and in that time, I've now lost over 40 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals in the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me accountable along with the entire Next Round crew. It's been much easier than I thought it would be, and it can be for you too. Just visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program and then join us in our journey to healthy living. That's aplanforme.com to get started on your weight loss journey with Way to Wellness.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
145 days from week 0. Auburn's A-Day game is this Saturday. Alabama a week from Saturday in theirs. We'll talk about the Tide's first scrimmage coming up later on, but first hour, a lot on Coach K and the drama that was in New Orleans and a national championship game tonight. North Carolina beat Duke, sending Coach K's career out to pasture. And the Tar Heels in Kansas tonight at 8:20 Central Time on TBS for the big trophy in college basketball.
Hey, don't miss a chance to see NASCAR's biggest stars take on the baddest track. The next-gen car is coming back to the Talladega Superspeedway for the first time. Geico 500, Sunday, April 24th, 2 o'clock is the green flag. You can get your tickets now, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com, or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Dan Wetzel is the national columnist for Yahoo Sports, at Dan Wetzel on Twitter, and with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Dan? How are you?
I'm well, gentlemen. How are you?
Doing great. Thank you so much. It is one of the most poetic, it depends on which side you're on, good poem, bad poem, one of the most poetic moments, really, for me in the history of sports, the way this all ended for Coach K.
Yeah, I mean, it was everything you could possibly dream up for a college basketball game. And then it turned out to be as good as the storylines and the stakes. I mean, it really was a great game. You didn't have the final buzzer beater, but Love's shot with to put it up 4 was pretty close. So, I mean, the ultimate bragging rights in a college rivalry is putting away is ending the career on the doorstep of a championship game of your arch rival, and sending the coach that really made the rivalry so good. off, and a guy you've certainly rooted hard against, if not really disliked. Although I just don't know how much you can really dislike him. But it was a great night for the Carolina fan. I can say that it had to have been about as good as it possibly could get, especially when you're sitting there in the final minute wondering whether you're going to win or lose.
You think people will probably laugh that I asked this question, but in retrospect, do you think there's any part of Coach K that wishes he wouldn't have done this victory lap?
I don't know. That's interesting. Maybe. I do think there were a couple things that were admirable about it. One, he didn't want to lie to recruits and say, yeah, I'll be here for you, and then I'm not, especially when you know. B, he said he didn't have to recruit, so he was able to spend more time with the team. So I did think those were two things that should get a little bit of a credit. I do think at that stage of the game, I don't know that it really matters. I don't think the players in the final couple minutes are worried about, hey, this is Coach K's last game. I thought they were freaked out about it at the Carolina game at Cameron, but they had settled down after that. You're in a national semifinal. You're trying to win for your teammates, because you only get one shot. Duke's got 4 or 5 pros that are gone, and you only get so many cracks at it. I do think this, it'll go down as this forever defeat and disappointment because it was Carolina. If they had just gotten, let's say they had drawn Villanova and lost, or somebody else, like making a Final Four in your final year is a hell of an accomplishment. That's just a great. He's been to 13 Final Fours. He's the most successful coach we've had, and he's only been 13 times. So to make it that far really is a capstone. Winning it all is obviously the perfect thing, but I don't know that he'll ever get that real belief of what that team accomplished because of the way it ended.
Yeah, and we discussed that, Dan, because no matter where you are in college athletics, it's North Carolina Duke basketball. But if you're talking great rivalries, you may have North Carolina Duke basketball one, but it doesn't take long to get to Alabama Auburn football,
right.
Or you may have Auburn Alabama football. So a lot of folks in our area have been thinking for a week about, man, what if this was Auburn and Alabama football? And you'd have to wear that for forever, it seems like. And I appreciate your point there on that. And the recruiting, the recruiting side of it, I had not even thought about that, Coach K being honest with recruits, because we've debated on whether or not, and I'd love your thoughts on this, on whether you thought legendary coach Nick Saban, when it comes his time, do you think he's the kind of guy that will say, okay, this is my final year? Or do your time of listening and being around him, do you think he's the kind of guy that will just ride off into the sunset with a quick release after his final game?
I think he just retires. Yeah, I don't think he's – it's a little different. First off, you'd have to start telling players years ahead. Yeah, freshmen don't play at Alabama. There's a couple, but you don't – it's not like you're going into a player's house and saying you're the number 2 player in the draft, you're the number 2 player in the class, you're coming here for 1 year. So he would have to start saying, like, hey, I may not play I may retire in the next 5 years. And that would be, first off, I think that's too much to ask of him. He wouldn't know, and that would decimate the whole process. So I think it's a little different. But I do not think he wants any part of of a rocking chair or a plaque or all of this stuff. I think Saban will whatever will happen, he'll decide I'm done, and that'll be it. So I think it's a different sport, and because of the dynamics of that, I think it's a little more fair to say to tell people. It's how Kay did it. For better or for worse, did it become a little bit too much? Yeah, but the one thing I always say, like, you didn't have to watch it. You don't want to, like, nobody makes you watch like all the retirement stuff. It's like you're choosing to kind of hate watch it if you're really that mad.
I love hate watching.
We've all been there.
That ceremony after the Carolina game in Cameron was obnoxious. Like, what are you watching for then? Like, you can watch the game and then move on. And are the announcers? I get all the Duke stuff. It was really bad for a while, and And a lot of it was the ESPN guys as much as Kay. I mean, they loved it, of course. But, you're watching your team play another team, and you're hearing Dick Vitale talk about how great Duke is. And you're like, what about my point guard? What about my guy? I want to hear about my team, not some other team this much. But that's the nature of it. I mean, he has the track record there. And I thought he became, people kind of warmed to him more when he got after the Olympics. He started coaching the Olympic team, and then, he had some really likable teams. I mean, the Zion Williamson team didn't make the Final Four, but I think everyone was rooting for that team. That was so exciting that was a real spark to college basketball. And so that was really the thing with Kay. He changed it up along the way. Really had a great career, and hating him kind of became its own little cottage industry. But I don't remember a Duke coach before him, and there's a lot of people younger than me. So anytime you lose one of those guys that you could just, maybe you don't follow college basketball all that closely, but all of a sudden you tune in. Okay, it's going to be a different thing, and we got it's on John Shire and Hubert Davis is showing he can do it. To keep the rivalry and keep those programs at the very top. But, man, I'll tell you, about 2 months into the season, there were a bunch of Carolina fans going, boy, I don't know if Hubert Davis is that guy. So it's crazy.
Dan Wetzel is with us, national columnist, Yahoo Sports, New York Times bestseller, on Twitter at Dan Wetzel. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Am I overselling, because I've said this a lot, am I overselling how awkward it will be for Mark Emmert if he has to hand a trophy to Bill Self tonight?
I would think so. I mean, put it this way. Kansas has 2 of their bagmen from Adidas are currently in prison. Like, if they want to watch the game, I don't know if they have lights out.
It is a late tip. It's a late tip. Yeah.
So wait, Wetzel, you're painting a picture where these 2 guys are trading cigarettes to get the channel on TBS tonight.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, that alone is its own absurdity and never should have happened. But I don't think it's like the streets of America are safer now because Adidas executives are not handing out money to great basketball parents. I, the one, feel much better. I feel safe. No wonder that no one's getting a $10,000 brick tonight in high school basketball. I mean, this is but they're in there. I mean, Merle Code and Jim Gatto, especially Jim Gatto, was very, very influential, and it's it's not just Kansas. This is how it worked. They were bidding against Nike and Carolina and Duke. There's literally a part in that trial and all that stuff where Merle Code is talking to, and he's an Adidas consultant, a longtime Nike guy. Or actually, no, it was TJ Gassnola, who he is not in prison, but he only because he turned state's evidence, but he's a felon, was convicted. He's talking to Bill Self about, getting some. Self says we need to get some. I just need some real guys, right? And he's, talking about recruiting. And Gassnola says, "Hey, to me, it's Adidas and Bill. It's Bill Self and Kansas first. That's the Adidas priority. We're going to funnel players to you first. Or all the other guys got to get in line." He's talking basically about Louisville and NC State and some of the others. And Self says, "Yeah, that's how they do. That's how Nike does it with Carolina and Duke." So this is just how college basketball works. But this is the inability of the NCAA to just close a case. It's amazing that it's taken this long. It's so inefficient. It's such bumbling. It's an effort to allow appeal after appeal and this and to foot dragging from Kansas. I mean, look, I know the case well. It all boils down to whether you think if you read the transcripts, do you think Bill Self knew what TJ Gassnola was doing or Jim Gatto was doing or not? And Kansas says that he didn't. He had no idea what was happening. And the NCAA says, yeah, this is obvious. Listen to this. And that's the case. And so you put it in front of whatever your jury is and say, you guys decide. That really should be it. It's the same thing with LSU. And like when the guy's saying I'm making a strong ass offer, is he talking recruiting or not? If you don't think so, fine, whatever. But if you do, this shouldn't take 5 years or whatever. But here we are, and now you have that potential embarrassment of Kansas getting the title from Mark Emmert, and then 3 months from now, the NCAA slapping a 2-year show cause on Bill Self.
Well, you're well versed in this, but correct me if I'm wrong. Of the high-profile coaches involved in Adidas, Rick Pitino went down, Sean Miller went down, Will Wade just went down. The only one left is Bill Self. If he wins a national championship, there's no way he goes down, right?
Well, no, but he wins. The national championship part is the thing. Sean Miller wasn't winning. Bill, Wade, they waited as long as they could, but and I always say Pitino was really a lifetime achievement award. He was, that was the straw that broke. It wasn't Adidas that told him to go to that Italian restaurant with the woman, but eventually it just, there was even Louisville was like, okay, we're done.
You're painting Pitino like Capone. They got him for tax evasion.
It's true, though. Yeah.
It's like, all right. I mean, it's just like seriously, Rick. Like the escorts in the dorm, your behavior. Like at some point, there was enough. There was a breaking point for even LSU and Louisville. No, Self's got a lifetime deal, and he cannot be fired for whatever comes out of this case, which is astounding. And not only that, Kansas re-upped with Adidas. So, like, they were so victimized by Adidas, they can't believe Adidas was out there doing this stuff. They re-upped like a $196 million 13, 14-year contract with Adidas to keep it going. And now everything Adidas would do that they were doing for Billy Preston and Silvio De Sousa and all the other players they talked about in trying to recruit DeAndre Ayton is now they can do legally to the NCAA. So it's not even against NCAA rules, let alone federal statutes. So literally one of the most absurd things going on. So you could have Bill Self in trouble for violating rules that no longer exist while two guys sit in prison violating a federal law that barely existed, that not even the NCAA thinks is wrong anymore.
Somehow I picture Rick Neuhausel rolling a joint in legalized marijuana, Colorado, smoking it with his NCAA tournament bracket as the paper there.
I mean,
he got fired for an NCAA tournament bracket.
Really, I mean, when you compare it to what Dan's just talking about, that is absurd too, Dan.
Crazy world.
Yeah.
Yeah, the world changing quickly, and it's like everyone's like, really, that was a thing? I mean, it's still against the rules. They still drug test in the NCAA tournament for marijuana. And half the states in the country, it's perfectly, I mean, where I live, I could walk down and buy whatever I want right now, like you're walking into 7-Eleven, So, who knows, man?
Such a weird thing.
This is not a really efficient offer. I don't know what's going on, but it's a really could be awkward. I would imagine they want Carolina to win to avoid that. At least everyone pointing it out. But those initial raids took place in late September 2016 is when the case broke, and it's April of 2022. You should have gotten this done, and they didn't. And I was at those trials in New York, and one of the things that fascinated me was the lack of anybody in college athletics showing up to listen. It was a treasure trove of listening on how the system really works, what's going on. You could hear the stuff yourself. A lot of them sent lawyers, paid lawyers $500 to sit there, and I met a lot of those people, and they'd sit there and take notes. But it's not the same. Like if there's a fact finding mission, I mean, this is a trial. You should have had a conference commissioners there, or associate, or somebody from the NCAA, or somebody from this school just sitting there going, okay, what's going on here? I want to hear the dirt. So they all ran from it because no one wanted to know. And then after all the trials and everything was done, they said, all right, now we can start because we didn't want to get in the way of the feds. And it's like, we get in the way of the feds. Like, this stuff was all stated under oath. And so, like, TJ Gaffnola, the self-described Adidas bad man, who paid Billy Preston's mother $89,000 and literally describes, hey, I had $30,000, went down to a Manhattan hotel room, handed it to her. These are the text messages. Like, the whole thing's laid out. You either believe that or you don't. There's not another investigation going on. You're not getting these people to talk again. And so I just don't know how they didn't just fast-track this. This was a gold mine. You're never getting TJ Gaffnola to talk on the stand unless he's facing 20 years in prison. But he did. So you either say he's perjuring himself or you say this is the fact. And this case is done in like a week. But for whatever reason, everyone was scared to show up in New York.
He is Dan Wetzel. Read his reaction to tonight's game at Yahoo Sports. Follow him on Twitter at Dan Wetzel. Great podcast with him, Pete Thamel, Pat 40. He just does a ton of stuff. Follow him at Dan Wetzel. You'll see it all. Dan, thank you for the time.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
All right, buddy. Take care. Dan Wetzel with us on. That's on me, Rockstar. I never have it open. It's completely on me. Dan on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, and part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Nichols Outfitters. If you're getting out, do they have anything that like keeps the pollen out of your cylinder, out of your airspace?
A firearm.
Yeah, a firearm. Shoot that stuff down.
Just blow it out.
I washed my car yesterday, right after church.
Why?
And by the time I went running, that's what the question I asked is why. It was covered in yellow again.
Every day, like if I know it's the last time I'm pulling in my garage, I stop at my driveway and hose it off.
Yep.
Just so I don't drag that at least in my garage and in my house.
Which ends up in your sports room, which ends up upstairs.
That's right, yeah. It ends up getting sucked up into the vents, I guess. I don't know. Hey, if you got a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle or shotgun you don't use anymore, Nichols Outfitters may be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago. You still have the old one. Don't hang on to it and let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by, talk to the team about what you can get for that firearm. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. I was in Louisville and Indianapolis over the weekend. Didn't sneeze one time. Not one time. Get back to Birmingham and just start sneezing again.
Yeah. I mean, allergies do not usually bother me because I am a 1 or twice a day Zyrtec guy. But itchy eyes this morning.
Yeah.
It's bad out there right now. Bill Self, the guy that we just spent a lot of time talking about. I don't know what it is. I've always liked this guy. Obviously, he plays the system. But I've always liked this guy. Here's Bill Self talking about his team playing for a national championship tonight, Rock Chalk Jayhawk, he says.
There was never a doubt that we didn't have the potential to get back here because, I mean, let's just, in the last 2 out of the last 3 years, we've been arguably as good as anybody. But it's been different playing with older kids as opposed to playing with young kids. And so, we've had some success at Kansas over the years, but the backbones of all our teams have been our experience. It hasn't been our young kids. Even though, I've always thought, man, if your foundation is your juniors and seniors, but your best player was your freshman, man, you got something special. That could be something special. And that hasn't been the case with us the last few years. But the way this is going, I think you're going to. One of the keys to college basketball is going to be how to get old and how to stay old. And we've been fortunate that we've been able to do that the last couple of years.
All right, so there's Bill Self, who only has one national championship. When we come back, I would love to have a discussion about the one national championship for Bill Self. They feel like they had the best team in the country on the year we didn't have a tournament. They were the number 1 overall seed, or what it was on their way to being that. But still only one national championship, and he has cost me a lot of brackets in his time in Kansas because there's been times I believe Kansas would win it all. Hard team to put on that final line. They get a shot at that tonight. That's coming up. LT's going to tell you about the Urology Centers of Alabama and then Rockstar's viewing menu, and we'll get into that discussion on just what Bill Self maybe has left on the table over the years.
Gentlemen, Urology Centers of Alabama, they want to remind you April 4th right now, Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. That means it's time to review the cancer symptoms and the importance of performing your own self-evaluation. Did you know that testicular cancer is the leading cancer in men ages 15 to 35? The good news is when it is detected and treated early, testicular cancer is very curable. Since early detection is important, the physicians at UCA recommend a monthly self-exam to look for any symptoms of testicular cancer. Typically, the first symptom of testicular cancer is a lump or swelling of the testicle. Men may experience back pain or a feeling of weight gain in the scrotum. If any irregularities or changes are found, schedule an appointment at UCA. Their expert physicians will work you in to develop an accurate diagnosis and personalized treatment plan if necessary. For more information about testicular cancer, call Urology Centers of Alabama, 205-930-0920. That's 205-930-0920, or visit their website, urologycentersalabama.com.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Don't forget to stop off our EAW Bracket Challenge at nextroundlive.com. Thank you for the 1,300 or so that participated in our first ever Bracket Challenge here, brought to you by our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale, Highway 31 in Pelham, Pelham Parkway. I'm being told that there's only a certain number of people that can win it. Lunsford has broken it down. We'll get Lunsford maybe in on the guest mic later on to give us a breakdown on who wins it and what's the scenarios tonight. But we We've got it narrowed down. We can give you an update on how it plays out tonight. And there's different winner possibilities on Kansas and North Carolina. So it's all going on tonight, brought to you by our friends at EAW. Tell us about exclusive auto wholesale, if you will, LT.
Hey, right now I've actually rolled in. I don't think you guys have seen the 2021 Bronco in person. It's on the
I
parking
don't
lot
think I
today.
have, no.
You can actually buy it. Those things, so the more people that I run into, I was out driving around yesterday, had a couple of conversations. They are so hard to find, but you can get one right now at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. I'm in the 2021 Badlands Edition. You're going to absolutely love it. It's only got 1,300 miles on it. So if you're interested in jumping in the one that I'm in right now, just contact our friends at EAW. Go to EAWcars.net. You can also stop by, see the incredible showroom located 2630 Pelham Parkway. No more waiting around 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team know that everyone's time matters. They work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. Whatever car you want, this guy can find. Go see Drew and the team today at Exclusive Auto Wholesale.
All right. Still to come on the show, Steve Prohm talking about the game tonight. We'll get into our discussion about Bill Self, and maybe he's left a little bit on the table over the years. Quickly, scrimmages over the weekend. No complainers was Nick Saban's big talking point this past weekend. But Rockstar, if you'll give me cut 5, Forrester came in and Forrester, would you say thumbs up, thumbs down? You've seen a lot of Nick Saban news conferences.
Almost all of them, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes he's covered Auburn. They've been news conferences when he's been at the other side of the state, but he's seen a lot of them. Is this the soundbite you were telling me about before? Is this the okay? Now, we're no setup here at all other than you tell me how the scrimmage went, LT and Brownie, after this. Hit it, Rockstar.
Look, we're not disappointed in where we are. We're certainly not where we'd like to be or want to be or need to be. But I think that because of the circumstance we're in, we're getting a lot of young players, a lot of opportunities, which I think is really important. You know, having 3 offensive linemen out, 2 starters, you know, for the entire spring. Actually, we had a couple guys out on defense today, so that gave some other guys some opportunity, nothing serious. But, you know, I thought we executed okay on offense. I think we, dropped some balls, which is something that we need to clean up. Probably had too many pre-snap penalties. Which is on both sides of the ball, which is something we need to clean up. So just playing smart football. You know, it's important to have a great sense of urgency, but it's also important to be able to play with intelligence and make good choices and decisions so that you can play winning football.
How'd it go?
Was that his version of Jimmy Rub Temples?
Yeah, a little bit. And it was also your dad. You know, I'm not mad at you. I'm just disappointed in you. Which always made me feel worse, by the way. I'd rather you just be mad at me.
Yeah,
disappointed me. Yeah.
Mad I could handle. Disappointed I didn't handle well.
It just felt like I had let my parents down so much. If they ever told me they weren't mad at me, just disappointed.
Yeah, I think he almost went into, boy, we sucked today, but he pulled himself out quickly and remembered, hey, we're early in the spring.
There's a lot of Nick Saban that he, after first scrimmage, I say this. After the second scrimmage, I say this. After first scrimmage in the fall, I say this and that. But sometimes I agree with you. He catches himself not being too critical about where they are in the point of the process. That sweatshirt, though, I feel like has been there since 2007 with him.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about him is that.
Wait, can you pull it again?
Yeah, so Nike gives him Nike dictates what they wear every year, right? On the sidelines, because that's Nike's like that. Hey, this is what we're selling in the stores. If you wear it on the sidelines, we'll sell a bajillion of them. I don't think they care what he wears at practice, and he knows that. So that sweatshirt has been around a while.
Yeah, I think
Mike Shula might have left it hanging in the office. In fact,
I think that is he got that the first spring in Tuscaloosa. It feels like, and he brings that out every year for certain practices.
All right,
what percentage of the fan base would wear that? Not the one that he's got, but one that is the same make and model there, but would wear it every day from now until football season ended if they were guaranteed a national championship.
Do you know how hot August in Alabama would be in that?
No, I get it.
Do you know how big a national championship is?
Do you think it's more than 50%?
Yes.
You know something that jumps out at me too about him?
I think it's at least 33% on the panel here.
Oh, yeah.
I know you would. Yes.
Of course, I'm in here most of the time. It'd be nice and cozy.
What's always jumped out at me too about that practice get up is he likes to pull that collar all the way out. He doesn't just put it on. Like if I wear a sweatshirt over a golf shirt,
It's
normally
half, maybe he's popping out.
Yeah, normally I just have the collar tucked underneath. He likes to pop those collars out, though.
Yeah, that was a very. I think it was an 80s feel.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't think Nick really cares.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, meanwhile, down at Auburn, as part of the morning rounds reads down there, Nick Calzada still in the yellow jersey because of injuries, not really getting a lot of full work with the team when it comes to contact. But you did have Calzada finally getting some first-team reps during a media viewing period on Friday. He's not even a full go yet, and most people, if you go back and listen to Justin Hokanson with us Friday, thinks this will be decided in fall camp between Calzada and TJ Finley.
I mean, does Robbie Ashford had any shot at all?
He's apparently playing well, but
you don't hear his name a lot.
It's hard to believe a guy that was at Oregon for 3 years and never saw the field would be your starting quarterback in the SEC this year.
Yeah, so good look at Calzada from the video and the photographs that came out this past weekend. All right, let's do Rockstar's Viewing Menu, brought to you every day by our friends at New Life Art. Man, we've got some great T-shirt ideas that are rolling in. You can keep those going all summer long. Yeah, I do have a friend named Nick Calzada, Zach Calzada. I keep going the wrong name there.
Submit your design and win. It's simple. Go to nextroundlive.com. We just named our first winner 2 weeks ago. Again, as Dunaway said, we're going to have more and more throughout the summer. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787, or to view his incredible work, go online, danielmooreart.com.
You get this on HBO Max. I think it's premiering on HBO tonight. The Invisible Pilot. It's a documentary about pilot Gary Betzner unexpectedly commits suicide, but the mystery surrounding his death deepens and unfurls a caper-filled tale involving a world of drug smuggling, gun running, and a covert war conducted at the highest level of the U.S. government. Did you guys ever hear about this?
No. What's a covert war?
Gary Betzner.
He didn't commit suicide while flying a plane, though, right?
I guess you have to tune. I have not heard this story, but it's called The Invisible Pilot.
The Invisible Pilot tonight.
And at 7 p.m. on NBC, they got a new episode of American Song Contest where they feature every state. Finally, Alabama is featured tonight. It is Nico, N-I/CO, two people from Montgomery who are going to be the representatives of Alabama in American Song Contest. I don't know what they're singing, but they feature them, and it's a lot of stage stuff. It's a lot of stimulation.
Yep.
Yes. There's a lot of crowd noise.
So it's Nico.
Nico, N-I/CO. So I'm guessing his name's Nick, and she could be like Colleen. I don't know, but Nico.
Or Nick and Company.
Sure.
Could be that
There's
as well.
There's two people. It's a guy and a girl.
Yeah, well, good luck. I hope they represent the state well tonight. That's what Rockstar is watching 8:20 on TBS for that. Let's start our conversation about Bill Self. First off, I just say one national championship for a Kansas program that, as you heard Dan Wetzel hint to, that it's getting the cream of the crop of Adidas prospects throughout the years. Is that underachieving?
I think he's a victim of his own success, and I guess some of that program success. Think about before Bill Self, the last one they won was with Larry Brown in 1988. Been a long time. Bill Self has won, 15 Big 12 championships?
When you consider Lance, that this is the winningest program of all time, I believe, in college basketball, the fact that what you just said right there, it went Larry Brown in 88, right?
Yep.
And then Bill Self in 08?
08.
Roy Williams was somewhere there, right?
He never won one. He didn't win one until he got North
Remember,
Carolina.
he lost to Syracuse his final game.
That's right. And told Bonnie Bernstein he didn't give a blank about North Carolina.
That's right. He was thinking about Kansas
That's
at
right.
that
He was
moment.
thinking about Kansas at that moment. So to think that they won that many games and that few championships in relation, it does feel a little underachieving overall, even.
So where is Bill Self in the pecking order of coaches then?
Okay, so if we did the money sports, football and basketball.
In college or overall?
Let's do college basketball.
Okay, just college, football and basketball.
Nick Saban, is obviously number
There's
one.
one.
Okay, so
and
there's
K has just opened up a spot. You probably go Coach K next in every other year until now.
I think you could start to make the argument if Self wins one tonight, you could make the argument for two.
That he would be number two.
Because you think about the other guys that are in the mix.
Well,
Dabo Swinney, he's got two.
He's got two.
But who's had the better overall career?
Oh, that's close.
I think it is, but I'm talking 15 Big 12 championships.
Yeah.
The fact that Urban Meyer's retired as well.
That opens up a spot. He'd definitely be in this conversation.
He would be.
Jay Wright has won too. I know we got a Jay Wright disrespecter over there.
Jay Wright.
My guy, Jay Wright, you don't give him the credit he deserves.
But I still would say Self, based on 4 Final Fours and 2 championships. Again, this is if they finish the deal tonight.
If they do, yeah. I would. If they do, I'm willing to put Self in front of
Calipari's
Jay
only
Wright.
got 1, right?
That is, well, yeah, he's got a ton of Final Fours and Elite Eights, but only the 1
So
championship.
Cal's just won 1 at Kentucky too. Wow.
Izzo's only won 1 at Michigan State. These things are hard to come by the way.
Yes, it turns out they are, yes.
Yeah, but K had 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
again, we look at him as the elite of the elite.
But since 2000, I think, Kansas has 1. Duke had a handful. North Carolina had a handful. And Villanova had 2.
Yeah. Again, if they win tonight, there is not any football coach I would put him behind outside of Saban and maybe Dabo. And then basketball, you might.
I'm not going to surrender Jay Wright so quickly. I'm really not. I know you think I'm just saying that, but he's got 2 national championships and 4 Final Fours. I mean, that would be the equal of Self.
No,
Now,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree.
The conference championships are difficult to compare, obviously. 2 different conferences, but Self has dominated that one.
I mean, how come Bill Self is not Jimbo Fisher to you?
It's a good question.
Because there's not a bunch of 8 and 4s. It's a bunch of 31 and 4s.
Yeah, what is that? Let me look it up. What do you think his worst?
Yeah, but when he gets bounced in the second round, when they're a 1 seed or a 2 seed, does that not feel like a fraud of a season?
Getting a 1 seed is the equivalent of getting to a college football playoff. It is. Now, it's just so much more difficult to finish the deal in college basketball.
But is it difficult to win 2 games to get to the Sweet 16 when you're the 1 seed? Because the 1's supposed to be a give-me. I mean, you can't look at Calipari and this Kentucky team this year and think there's anything positive out of this season. They got beat in the first round by a 15 seed.
He's been to the Sweet 16 12 times in his career.
So you put that as the equivalent of being a 1 seed and going to the Sweet 16 is making the college football playoff?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. No, we're at a point. We're at a point where you'd go Kirby Smart right now, trending 1. You'd go Bill Self if he wins tonight ahead of Kirby Smart.
I would, just longevity. Now, some people can look at that and say, hey, look, he was there that long and should have won more.
And see, that's where I am. I feel like he's underachieved.
Well, I agree. I mean, it is complicated.
If they lose tonight, Brown, I will give you that, Dunaway, that maybe he's underachieved a little bit. That's why a game like this is so important, because you go from only the 1
to 2.
To 2.
Yeah.
And you go to 2, you cement a legacy.
That is different. Having 2 is different than 1 for sure.
Yeah, because I think there's only 4 active coaches now that Coach K has done that have multiple national championships.
And there is a separation even in the college game. If you've got 2, it takes you out of a group that includes Gene Chizik, Larry Koch, or anyone else that's won 1. When you win 2, nobody ever says, oh, he backed into 2. People can say, oh, he backed into 1. Or he won 1 with other people's players.
He took over a program the table was set like Coker did or like Tubby Smith did.
Yeah.
Well, and people still talk about it was against Calipari, his 1 that he won in Memphis.
Yeah.
And you know how that final minute went. Yeah.
That's right. If
timeouts, free throws.
Rose just hits free throws.
That's right, yeah.
One of the best players of the game at that period.
Because Chalmers hit the 3 to take it to overtime.
Unbelievable shot.
Well, I hope we get a game like that tonight.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. I hope it's as good as North Carolina and Duke. That was really good.
But I think you really can make the argument Nick Saban 1, Bill Self 2. A week ago, I wouldn't have thought it doesn't sound right.
It doesn't feel that way.
It does not feel that way.
I do not know who I'd put in front of him, but it doesn't feel like Bill Self should be number 2 in this discussion. It really doesn't.
Give us some time to think about this. There's got to be somebody ahead of Bill Self. A lot of Jay Wright. Jeff B., I'd take Jay Wright.
I don't think it's a slam dunk. Self's over Wright.
I don't think it is either.
But I still don't feel like if you told me Nick Saban won, Jay Wright 2, that doesn't feel correct either.
But I still think that if he closes the deal tonight, there might be more for Self on the resume.
Maybe, but neither one of them feel like they should be right behind Nick Saban in this discussion.
No.
It feels like somebody else should be there, but I really don't know who.
Well, I would have said just blindly, if we would have brought this discussion up last summer, I would have said Calipari slam dunk.
Yeah.
And then you continue to forget that he's only got 1.
Right.
And to me, it seems to be easier to win at Kentucky than Kansas right now.
So he doesn't have any at Memphis and obviously none at UMass, right? He just has 1.
Now, he's got Final Fours at all those places.
Right.
Now, you may not be able to tell that by looking at banners and arenas, but he does have Final Fours at those places.
Well, that puts into perspective what Coach K did at Duke, right? To have 5.
A little bit, yeah.
I'd say.
Or to what Nick has done at Alabama.
Yeah. I mean, again, Coach K and Urban Meyer have made this a much more difficult discussion. It used to be really easy. Nick Saban, Coach K, Urban Meyer. Easy. All right, where we go at 4?
It's still got to be Dabo. Still has to be Dabo with
Right.
2 and
I don't know.
and then he lost another national championship game. He's been in the playoffs all the time. It still has to be Dabo, I think. Let's make that another poll question. Part of our show being brought to you today by our friends at Gutter Cap. If you're getting ready right now, say you just bought a new home this spring or summer and the housing market's like that and you want to make that home secure and safe forever, put those gutter caps on there. Keep those gutters clean. That makes your roof and your house secure and last longer. If you're thinking about selling right now, and a lot of you are, then add a little value with a gutter cap.
Yeah, it's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep out the debris. If you want to eliminate gutter cleaning forever, it's backed with a lifetime warranty. Call our good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212. 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price right now for the next round. Viewer and listener, call today, 823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
The racing, the big one, the camping. It's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from the
federally
Next
insured
Round
by
for
the
our friends
NCUA.
at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
BCS Junior in our discussion says it is Saban 1, Saban 1A, and that's probably going to be the list. With Coach K retiring, there is Nick Saban and a gap.
Yeah, a huge gap, because you look at these other guys and they're all really, really good coaches, but do you see, and they're probably Hall of Famers because we've gotten a little lax on the Hall of Famers, but do you see like greatest of all time conversation guys? Krzyzewski was one of those guys. Saban's definitely one of those guys. You've got nobody else that will ever be in that discussion. I don't believe that is active right now.
Well, you're right. I mean, with Urban Meyer being out, Urban Meyer is one of those guys he would have never passed Saban, but you would put him into a conversation of one of the greatest of all time.
Imagine if he would have taken the USC job and then he wins a national championship there, and you've got an SEC national championship, you've got a Big Ten national championship, and a Pac-12 national championship.
So New Year's Six Bowl would be an Elite Eight.
Yes.
A college football playoff will be a Final Four.
I think New Year's Six is more Sweet 16.
Nowadays, yes, I would say that.
Okay.
Back in the old days, New Year's Six.
So I don't know what we do with an Elite Eight.
Okay. Think about that real quick.
Right.
Tell me about Dr. B. You're talking about filling a gap here in coaches that are the best of all time. How about on top of your head when you're trying to fill a gap?
Yeah, look, unfortunately, the older we get, things start to fall apart, fall off. I noticed
Speak
more
for
hair
yourself.
loss. I asked around, everyone say call Dr. Beckenstein. The best, Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama. Alabama remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in about a month ago and checked out all my options. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 319-0316, or online at t3hair.net.
I mean, you just think of some of the coaches we've just recently had retire, and Coach K, and before that, Roy Williams, and you've got Urban Meyer, who's no longer in the college game and probably will never, ever coach again at this point. It looks like he'll never coach again. You're talking about some iconic figures that are just not coaching anymore.
And I'm trying to think, the up-and-coming guys in college basketball.
Well, Scott Drew. He's already got a national championship.
Yeah.
I don't know if you call him up and coming. I don't know.
I mean, he's been there 15 years.
But to your point on just how hard it is to win this tournament, and whether you think Bill Self's left a lot of meat on the bone or not, with only all these opportunities he's had. Bruce Pearl's considered to be one of the better recruiters, better coaches in the game right now. He's made it to a Final Four one time.
But if I ask these coaches, like if you were to list the 10 best active coaches, at least perception-wise right now in college basketball, and I was to go through it and say national championship or not moving forward, Bruce Pearl.
Well, I just have never seen it done. So I would probably, if I had to bet a pinky on it, I'd probably say no.
I'll even go back to Scott Drew. As good as Baylor
to win
was
another one?
this year. Yeah,
No.
to win another one.
I'd bet against him. Somebody's got to win these, though. I'm like you. I've never seen it done at Auburn. It was not miraculous, but he got them to the Final Four. It felt like they'd won a national championship just getting to the Final Four.
Yep.
Tony Bennett.
I'd bet against all these guys. I really would. I'd bet against. You're not going to name a name where I said.
Would you bet
guarantee
against? Would you bet against Jay Wright winning another one?
I would.
No, Wright.
Because I think part of it for me, Brown, is I always feel like, I know what goes on in college football recruiting, and I'm pretty sure I know, thanks to this Adidas investigation, what goes on in college basketball recruiting.
Seems like it's out in the open now.
And I only have to get I don't have to get 22 or
No, I need
don't have to
two.
get it too deep.
Maybe three.
I just have to get 2 or 3 guys.
Yeah. If one of them's good enough, I only really need 2.
And they keep going to the same place,
I
it
know.
seems like.
No.
I feel like Villanova could do it.
I don't even know how I feel about Mark Few. We discussed this after they got beat in the Elite Eight.
Yeah, if I had to go one guy that will win one, I would go Few.
He's had so many really good teams that didn't do it.
I know. I mean, you wonder if he's missed his best chance.
An AAU fan says Musselman.
I would bet against it.
I bet he goes back to the NBA, as he's pointing out there.
Brown's right. Somebody on this list we've already thrown out is going to win 1 or 2.
Well, see, and here's the problem. And I think Terry Bowden, I heard him say this, at one point in his career at Auburn, that he had too much success early on in 93 and the start of 94, that it was impossible to maintain that. And you wonder about Hubert Davis tonight. If he wins this thing, just being in the championship game,
I thought about this, but
would you say Hubert Davis?
Well, look, his expectation is going to be that anyway. Whether you win them or not, so you might as well win them when you can get them.
Yeah.
Again, back to Tubby Smith, year 1 in Lexington, he wins one, he never wins another one. He gets run out of there. So Hubert Davis, the expectation, I don't think it can go up any more than it already is at Carolina.
But let me ask you this: if I told you I just discovered a college basketball coach we had forgotten about, that had coached 14 years, 9 Sweet 16s, 4 Final Fours, 7 Elite Eights, and 2 national championships.
That would be Tom Izzo, right?
I mean, before I identify who I'm talking about, would you say, forget Bill Self, this guy, 14 years, 9 of those Sweet 16, 4 Final Fours, 2 national championships. Would you put him in front of Bill Self?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, that's Dabo Swinney.
Okay. Tom Izzo, though.
No, but
what does Izzo have?
No, but I said you could make the argument.
I know. I'm just saying, you try to translate what Dabo has done as a football coach into basketball. He might be the best coach in the country.
And it was more difficult to do. Kansas was Kansas.
Right.
Clemson football was just an average program.
Tom Izzo done away. As much as I preach about Tom Izzo, we forget there is only the one national championship.
Right.
And it's been 22 years ago now. That is hard to believe. But 8 Final Fours. To your point, 8 Final Fours.
We don't go January, February Self. we don't go October, November Dabo.
No, we don't.
We go January, February Izzo.
Yeah, 8 Final Fours. He's coaching everything from the first 4 in Dayton to the Final 4. He's done it all.
He's done it all. All right, top of the hour here. Precision Sports keeping everybody in the game. We'll talk to Steve Prohm coming up, but an injury is key tonight. Baycott. He went off the field. Did you see what he said back at the table? One of his players says, "You okay to come back in?" And he said, "F it." Didn't say F though.
The fear was if that game goes to overtime,
right? Especially when he fouled out.
Yeah, and once he fouled out after the ankle turn, if they go to overtime.
But we all have turned that ankle or had an injury, and then the very next day, it's a lot worse than it was the night before. And that's my concern with him. He says he's good to go. We'll see if he's in the game. Precision can get you back in the game.
Hey, does your shoulder hurt after exercising? You feeling that sharp pain in the shoulder doing that spring cleaning? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they are here to help you. They've got 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field. So make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Okay, Birmingham, the USFL is here. Are you ready to become the pro football capital of America? Because on Saturday, April 16th, the only place to be is at Protective Stadium for this once-in-a-lifetime game. When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Jersey Generals. Tickets are just $10 and kids get in free. Come watch history in the making. What a game! Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city.
Enjoy a great lunch before you're round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Halfway through the show this hour, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, officially lunch down there right now. I'll tell you more about Champy's coming up. Highway 119, your chance to swing by there right now at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Here are your headlines that are brought to you by our friends at the Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by our friends at AmFirst. It is happening April 29th through May 1st. More on that in a second. But first, North Carolina beating Duke, ending the coaching career of Coach K. Tar Heels in Kansas tonight, 8:20 on TBS. Walker Kessler is the Men's Defensive Player of the Year. That award happens over the weekend, and he makes the announcement he's leaving Auburn to put his name in the NBA draft. Jaden Shackelford doing the same thing for Alabama on his way to the NBA. Auburn's Zep Jasper is returning that over the weekend, and there's a chance Javon Quinley could be coming back to Alabama, something Nate Oates mentioned on our show on Friday. You can get that podcasted right there at nextroundlive.com. Butler hires Thad Matta back in coaching from Ohio State. Now he's at Butler. Tiger Woods could be playing at the Masters this week. That'll be a game-time decision, according to him. Alabama and Georgia, two top 15 teams playing softball tonight, 6 o'clock over in Tuscaloosa, and they're back
at the Barber Motorsports Park. The Honda Indy Grand Prix of Alabama, presented by AmFirst, returns to Barbers April 29th through May 1st. The fastest drivers in the world, including 4-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves and 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson will be in town. Don't forget, Tim Tebow will be there as the Grand Marshal as well. So everybody's in town April 29th through May 1st for the Indy of Alabama Grand Prix presented by AmFirst. To get your tickets, and they're selling fast, go to IndyAlabama.com. That's IndyAlabama.com. Has a great weekend at the Barber Motorsports Park.
Coach Steve Prohm with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. How you guys doing today?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. The national championship game tonight, in a lot of ways, feels like it was playing second fiddle to Duke, North Carolina the other night. If you're Hubert Davis, do you think I know this sounds stupid for a national championship game, but there was an awful lot of celebration after that win over Duke. Did he have to spend time getting his team back to earth yesterday?
Yeah, I think so. But I think if you listen to his press conference right after the game, both on the floor and in the media, and you look at his quotes, I think that's what his biggest message was, is that as great as this is just today. It's not about beating Duke. It's not about, Coach Krzyzewski's last game. It's about an opportunity to play on Monday night. And so I think he's done a good, from the outside looking in and from the quotes, I think he's done a good job of addressing that, right away from the buzzer sounding, to the locker room, to the press conference. I'm sure he did that all day yesterday, but he knows the opportunity he has. He loves North Carolina. You can see it. Obviously, they've got a great, great family there. I'm excited to watch this tonight.
Carolina has 6 double-digit losses this year, 4 losses by 20 or more points, but now they've won 10 of 11. How did they get so good?
Well, I think they're resilient, and obviously Hubert's a great leader. He's got obviously a great staff there, and they've got great character, and they've got great basketball character. You don't get the media attention that they got throughout this year, and really in some negative ways of people question their toughness, question ability to defend, like you touched on. I mean, in big games, just getting beat by double figures. So there's a lot of character in that locker room. But you could see it kind of changing. The back half of the year, the last couple weeks, you saw those locker room scenes with Baycott and Hubert Davis just hugging for it may have been 2 or 3 minutes after they won at Duke. And, man, they've played really well. And, I've talked to a coaching friend of mine that played them in the NCAA tournament and said they're as talented as anybody in the country when they're right. And obviously right now they're playing their best basketball, and it's going to be a great game.
I'm interested because as I watch the broadcast, and I don't know the game of basketball like you do, they talk about Hubert having this sort of an NBA approach to the game. What are they talking about? What NBA things, philosophies do you see him that he has that maybe some other coaches don't have?
Well, I think I heard Shammond Williams, former North Carolina great, say this, to where, man, if North Carolina's a great place, if you want to play with a lot of freedom and a lot of spread pick and roll and, good spacing, things like that. But I think at the end of the day, what they're meaning by that, from my standpoint, is just the freedom and the belief and the confidence that he gives those guys. And you can see it just by the way they embrace him. Baycott gets 21 rebounds. Caleb Love makes a big-time three that really puts them in position to win the game. And then Hubert's been there. I mean, he's played at the highest level as a collegiate player at North Carolina, in the NBA for multiple years, and he's one of those guys. I heard Hubert Davis speak at an SGA bank at one time and came away thoroughly impressed. So I thought him stepping into this leadership role, man, I thought he'd do a really, really good job.
Coach Steve Prohm is with us at Coach Prohm on Twitter. If you would like to go follow him, see him on the field of 68. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Look, it's easy to say, of course, Bill Self's teams are good. He gets all the best players. I mean, Kansas gets a lot of great players. Everybody's aware of that. What does he do, though, that makes him win all these games, has him in the Final Four all the time, and always seems like a contender?
I think he coaches them hard, and he challenges them, but in the way that he still's got a phenomenal relationship with those guys. And certain guys probably can't play there, But the ones that can and stay the course, you see like a guy like Ochai Agbaji, and even the back end of this year with Remy Martin, and even the way David McCormick's been playing of late. The guys that can make it through those storms, they're going to be phenomenal for him. And, having a chance to compete against him for 6 years, and Frank Mason, Devontae Graham, guys like that. He's had phenomenal players, but I think the one thing that makes him so elite is they're so efficient offensively. They're efficient out of timeouts. Their execution and, multiple ball reversals and making sure they get a good shot every time down. And then they really compete on defense. If you look at their numbers statistically, both on the offensive and defensive side of the ball, most year in, year out, they're going to be top 3 in the Big 12 in those categories.
40 minutes shouldn't be so important to a guy like Bill Self, who's been Kansas's coach for 19 years. But if he wins tonight, that's 2 national championships. And people are going to say you can make the argument best active coach in college basketball. But if he loses, there are going to be people out there that say he's been there 19 years, only 1 national championship. He's underachieved. Is that fair at all?
I don't think so. I've coached against them and know Coach Self. When you look at the amount of Big 12, you got to think about the Big 12 now. They've had last year, had the national champion in Baylor. The year before that, they had the national runner-up in Texas Tech. The year COVID, it got canceled. Baylor and Kansas would have both been number 1 seeds in that year, and both would have had a chance to win national championships. And now Kansas is playing for another national championship, and that's just the last 5 years. So when you're winning conference championships at the level that he is in the Big 12, you're not only a phenomenal coach, but a phenomenal leader, and they've got a terrific program. But national champions, it's hard. Everybody wants to define you by that, but obviously this guy's already in the Hall of Fame and won a buku amount of games. But obviously I hope he wins tonight, just from knowing him and having a little bit of a relationship with him, but competing against him. I like Kansas to win tonight and then get his second championship.
Yeah, I got 2 things, but first on you just mentioned tonight. Is one reason why you think they'll win tonight is because North Carolina will not be able to have a rebounding advantage like they had the other night?
No, I just think Kansas is playing so well right now. I just think, between those 2, 3, and 4, see Kansas right now, you got Remy Martin that's really stepped up, and then Braun, Agbaji, and I think the X factor is Wilson. I mean, you look at him, I think he had double-double the other day. He's been terrific, and now they've got McCormick. Both teams don't really go to the bench. Remy Martin comes off the bench for Kansas, so he's probably the most dynamic player off the bench. But if you go look, they're not going very, very deep. And these starters are going to play a lot of minutes. They may go deeper tonight because it's the second game in 3 days, but it's for the national championship. So guys like Agbaji, guys like Caleb Love, they're going to be the ones that have to make the difference. But I just think Kansas is too good on both ends of the floor. I think they put themselves in this position, and I just think they're, I won't say they're the better team because Carolina's been phenomenal this last couple of weeks, but I think they're going to be the best team tonight.
And I was wondering, because a guy who's been in that league before, the future of the Big 12, we know how everything is shifting in college athletics. They do seem still pretty strong in basketball. Any concern about the conference for you in the future?
No, I wouldn't be concerned. Just being in that league for 6 years, it's the best basketball league in the country. And you can make your argument. All these Power 5, Power 6 leagues, if you threw the Big East in there, they're all good. They're all good, and you got to be good to win in those leagues. But I just touched on the last 5 years of the Big 12. I just think night in, night out, especially with the emergence of Baylor the last several years, the emergence of Texas Tech. You got Houston coming into the league. BYU is a phenomenal, tough environment. Cincinnati's got great history. And then obviously they're bringing Central Florida in. Obviously it hurts to lose Texas and Oklahoma, but Houston's, playing in an Elite 8, and so you threw them in the Big 12. Now you got 3 teams, you're talking about on a national level. And so a lot of respect for that league and the coaches in there.
All right. We told you, all year long, Coach Prohm, you've been able to see him on field of 68. He made no bones about it. I'm only doing this till I get back in coaching. You guys that talk all the time, that's overrated. I want to coach basketball. He's done that. Coach, Murray State, I know they're excited. You got to be excited to be back in this, and we look forward to seeing what happens there. It's obviously a great program well.
Yeah, I've obviously been able to I spent 9 years here, 5 as an assistant, 4 as a head coach before going to Iowa State. But a lot of connections here, a lot of relationships. But the two biggest draws of coming back was, they moved to the Missouri Valley Conference, which is one of the top 10 leagues in the country. And then my wife's from here. And so we've got a ton of family, a ton of friends, and a lot of relationships. And just thought it was the best situation for me and my family right now. And I got a lot of passion and love for this school, and excited to take the challenge of moving them into the Valley.
Do you have to play defense right now and make sure all your guys are not following a former coach to Baton Rouge or any other place in this portal world? Because there are certain programs now that have 0 people on their roster. It's a crazy time to be taking over a program, it seems like. Yeah,
I think we're all playing a little defense. I think that's just the nature and the landscape that we're in right now with college basketball, with the immediate transfer. It's kind of a double whammy with the immediate transfer eligibility, with the COVID getting the extra year of eligibility, and then the NIL. There's a lot of new things in our game right now. And so, we'll just, go slow, make sure we get the right guys in our program as we build our roster, but really excited for the future. But everybody's dealing with this right now. But, from Power 5 schools to the elite mid-major schools to low major schools, it's what it is. And you just got to have to figure out how to own it the best.
We'll be cheering for you, Coach. We appreciate the time as always. You've been great to join us, and we wish you all the best there at Murray State.
Thanks so much, man. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Coach. Take care. That is Coach Steve Prohm, the head basketball coach at Murray State. And you saw him on field of 68 all year, always kind with his time. He was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I had missed the fact that he had officially taken that job until right then. I was referencing the what?
You know who had not was Scott Forrester.
Yeah. So you had too, is what you're saying.
Hey, good pull there, Scott.
Yes, thank you, Scott.
So Forrester
excellent save at the end of the
interview. I had no idea.
Yeah, I had not paid attention. All I've been paying attention to is the new coach who left Murray at LSU has 0 players left on his roster. Every one of them, every scholarship player, every walk-on.
At LSU, yeah.
At LSU, every one of them has left. And
the good news, you got a lot of scholarships available.
Yeah, he's got all of them available. Every one of them. Every one that the NCAA is not going to take is available. And everyone's been concerned, I've been seeing on social media, is that, well, why doesn't he just get the great Murray State team, all those players just to transfer down to Baton Rouge? And that's why I asked that question. My concern would be that he would take anybody that's left at Murray State that had a team that was always in the top 20 this year.
How easy would it be, though, to get these mid-major guys by getting an NIL sponsor set up, and he guarantees everybody that signs a scholarship they're $100,000 right off the bat?
Yeah, you're talking at LSU?
Yeah. And so you get one sponsor to give you $1 million or 2 to give you $2 million, and you just divvy it up, and these guys are getting 6 figures instantly to sign with LSU.
Yeah, you would think a school like LSU has a big enough booster that's got a big enough business that he could afford to do that, right?
I got Nate Oates on the phone. He's ready for you to come be recruiting coordinator in Tuscaloosa. Or Andy down at UAB.
It would be simple.
Hey, I would put my money on that guy.
Yeah, I would too.
LT?
I don't want to lose it.
Now, back in the day, I would have had those banners. They would have been vacated for you. Now it literally is the Wild West.
Lance could have recruited for John Calipari back in the day. No doubt.
It's 100% legal now. It's also 100% fun when you stop by and see Sterling and our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. You hear me talk about it all the time. If you've never experienced it, just go to the website, see what you're in store for. ChampysChicken.com. ChampysChicken.com. We're talking about a Southern experience here. Chicken on a stick, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that you can't beat. Best I've ever tasted right there. Po' boys, tenders, those full fried chicken plates, all the sides, great music. Your home for blues, brews, and bird. It is ChampysChicken.com, located on Highway 119 in Alabaster. 119 in Alabaster. And my goal in the next 5 years is to get Sterling to start expanding all over our viewing area with his expertise and the great product he has at Champy's Chicken. I want it to be everywhere. But if you're in the area or make the drive down to Alabaster, Highway 119, ChampysChicken.com. It'll be the best you've ever tasted right there. All right, we got we got LT with trash coming up in the next segment. Also a little, I haven't heard this yet, but you tell me, maybe one of the best voicemails in the history of you having a phone?
Don't want to overhype this.
Okay. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Best thing since sliced bread.
No, I think you guys will think it's ridiculous. We got a voicemail, and I'll let you hear the voice.
Is it from DirecTV?
No.
Okay.
No, it was when we were at the beach.
The last person DirecTV is calling is Lance.
Okay.
Nobody
But
wants to take that beating.
It is one of the most ridiculous voicemails that I've ever heard.
All right, that's coming up next as we crank out trash on the table, and LT's back from his vacation. 145 days away from week 0. A couple of things happened over the weekend. Tiger Woods started talking about maybe playing in the Masters. The Masters odds are out. Jon Rahm, the favorite to win that, the betting favorite in there. Why is Jon Rahm the favorite going into this Masters?
Because he's probably the best player in the world right now, and it's a course that suits him pretty well. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at his exact track record at Augusta, but Jon Rahm's one of those guys that every course suits Jon Rahm.
Right, because he's long off the tee, but he's also really good with the irons, right?
He's just a great player. I mean, Jon Rahm is a great player, so yeah, I mean, everything.
The one knock on Rahm until he won was the emotions. Keep him in check.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a guy now that, I mean, you know, he's won a U.S. Open, so it's going to be hard to knock a guy's emotions when he's won a tournament like the U.S. Open.
Hasn't won the Masters yet, though.
He
right?
has not won the Masters. He's but
he's got some top fives though.
Tied for 27th, his first appearance since then, 4th, 9th, 7th, 5th. So this is a guy that has lived in the top 10 at Augusta.
Who is Cameron Smith? Update me on
Cam
Cameron
Smith is the guy with the bad
Australian.
mustache, the mullet Australian that won the Players Championship.
Yeah, okay.
Really good at Augusta.
Looks like a guy that might be leaving your house through the window with a TV.
I'm just leaving.
But
nothing to see here. Nothing to see
maybe
here.
the best short game in the world, which is why he's always in contention at Augusta. A lot of people feel like he's probably the best putter in the world.
Yeah, Dustin is 3rd, Justin Thomas 4th, and Morikawa 5th in the betting odds as you head to the Masters this week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's Jim Nance's favorite time of the year. Monday night national championship game, and then Thursday he's there.
Hello, friends.
At Augusta National. It's a fantastic week as we're to that point in the calendar in April with everybody cranking up over at Augusta National. All right, Legion FC, another draw this past weekend at home against Powerhouse Louisville. The two best games the Legion have played this year have been home draws to Louisville and Tampa, two really good programs. 2-2 on the year. Thursday, they play a U.S. Open Cup game over in Tuscaloosa. You can go over if you're in the Tuscaloosa area, catch pro soccer Thursday night, 7 o'clock, over on the Alabama soccer field as the Legion FC takes on the Southern Stars in a U.S. Open Cup match, first-round match game there. And then back home with a USL game Sunday, 4 o'clock against Hartford. All those tickets available at bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com. A couple of chances to see the Legion FC at home Thursday and then back at Protective on Sunday, bhmlegion.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey, if you're in the car buying or selling market, there is one place you've got to check out. That's our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. Exclusive Auto Wholesale has the technology that will give you instant cash offers for your car, whether you buy something from EAW or not. Drew and his team want to buy your car, any car. It's as simple as typing in your VIN number, miles, condition, and uploading a few pics, and then bam, from their website, you get an offer for your car instantly. Exclusive Auto Wholesale can take care of you nationwide with repeat business in almost every state. For more information, check out that website, eawcars.net. Hey, Lance Taylor here with the next round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside, walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. That voicemail for the ages. Overselling.
Again, a very awkward, ridiculous voicemail is what it is.
It's coming up in just a second. But first, I always wonder about training your mind and your body, whether you're a high schooler or whether you're in your later years, in your 50s, 60s, 70s, something that can take you through the gyms and training for years and years. And the one thing people keep coming back to is boxing. I'm not talking about getting in and fighting with somebody. I'm talking about just training. And right now we got a new sponsor and a new company that's opened up. It's called Champions Boxing. It's right on Highway 119 and Highway 31 right there in Pelham, behind the Purple Onion, right near that Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit. You know where I'm talking about there. This is fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of the sport of boxing. And it'll help you reach your fitness goals. Man, if you watch a high-class boxing match, you can just see the stamina you have to have here. Mental and physical training. You can train your mind as well as your bodies for ages 7 and up. Now, this isn't where you're going to have a fight club going on here. This is actual training using the heavy bags and everything you do in boxing. You have 6 USA boxing certified trainers and 6 USA certified gym trainers there. It improves your self-confidence, your discipline, keeps you active. Over 20 years of training experience, all in one place. Again, not a fight club. Look them up on Facebook, Champions Boxing AL, Champions Boxing AL, or you can call them up. This number, 205-358-8176. 205-358-8176 for Champions Boxing, or you can just stop by and check them out. Again, it's right there off of the Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit, Highway 119, Highway 31 in Pelham, right behind the Purple Onion. You can check them out, Champions Boxing. All right, LT at the beach. For a long, long time, it seems.
Yeah,
like.
It's almost too long. I know people think that's crazy. Look, one of my favorite places to go, if not my favorite place, is the beach. And the weather was perfect all week until we had one overnight where there was a little bit of a storm. And then when we left on Saturday, which, by the way, I will never drive back on a Saturday again.
Friday's the getaway days.
Well, everything was easy going until we got to Montgomery. And it took 2.5 hours, rerouted twice from Montgomery to Birmingham.
This is my wife's philosophy. She does not believe... She's like, 5 days at the beach is enough for me. I don't want to stay because I don't want to sit in the traffic to get home, which sounds more like me than my wife. But my wife's right on this one. If you leave on Friday, that morning that Friday night and that morning you spend on Saturday, not really worth it.
We had a lot of places make you rent Saturday to Saturday, and we've got some common friends, and I'll tell you in break who it is. But they rented Saturday to Saturday. They came on Sunday. They surrendered that first night. And they went back on Friday, surrendered the last night.
Yeah, I would. It's not the worst idea.
What I like to do is do a beach day on Friday, and then Dad is smart. He doesn't drink on a Friday. Jump in the shower at your place, hit the road right as the sun is setting, get back home on Friday night.
Could you, if you owned a place, could you negotiate, have a rate for that half-day Friday so you could do that? Stay till 4 o'clock Friday.
Yeah, but
if I could stay till 4 Friday... I'd bail and go home. I mean, that's the perfect thing.
But, you're already paying for Saturday. Just go ahead and throw that into the cost of doing business and leave at 4 o'ck on Friday. It's your place all the way through Saturday.
Done that,
yeah, I'm not driving back on a Saturday again. So anyway, it was a great trip. Am I setting up this voicemail?
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing.
So you can imagine the superstar being down there a week was Lady Bird. People knew her, shop owners, people that were there for the week, because it's a small little area.
Yeah, here's the picture of her galloping on the beach.
Yeah, sheriff's got me day one, and they were like, hey, your dog's off the leash. And so I learned the secret. You got to go late in the afternoon when it's kind of clear. But anyway,
a leash rule on the beach there?
There is a leash rule, yeah.
Okay, so you just broke the rule.
Yeah, we did. Kind of like not paying for a movie.
There was nobody at the ticket booth. See, that's the difference there.
Well, there's nobody out there on that beach right now.
Sheriff was.
Yeah. So anyway, we get a call, and Lady Bird, as you can see, under the white collar there is a little name tag, okay? I hate it. The roommate bought this years ago, and I think it is a ridiculous name tag. Anyway, this is the voicemail that we got.
Yes, ma'am. My name is one of Rosemary Beach's maintenance. I have found a dog tag for a Miss Lady Bird Taylor, who is a cutie with a booty. I'm not sure if you're still here in Rosemary or not, but if you are, please call me back and we'll get your doggy tag back to you. Thank you.
Cutie with a
I got to hear it again. Cutie with a booty. I want to hear it again.
Yes, ma'am. My name is one of Rosemary Beach's maintenance. I have found a dog tag for a Miss Lady Bird Taylor, who is a cutie with a booty. Not sure if you're still here in Rosemary or not, but if you are, please call me back and we'll get your doggy tag back to you. Thank
Why
you.
do you call a dog a cutie with a booty? That makes zero sense.
If you ever walk, if we go on these walks with Lady Bird off the leash a lot, and she has a strut. And so anyway, roommate, no, she just got a strut. Roommate bought a dog tag that's on the back. It's got the information on the front. It says cutie with a booty. I hate it. Yeah.
So this fella didn't make that up.
No,
I thought he made
It's so
that
good
up.
it's engraved.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Is there a little bit of that guy who thought Lady Bird Taylor, maybe that was on a dog tag necklace, and he wanted to see a real female human with a cutie with a beauty.
I know Lady Bird's a dog, but maybe the owner's the cutie with a beauty.
The roommate called him back. This is a great story, though. So she calls him back when we're at lunch, and she gets him on the phone, and you can tell she's like looking around to find her bearings where she's at, because he's explaining, hey, look, I'm going to be down on the 38th Strip for a little bit. She said, well, I'm having lunch right now at Citizen, this place in Alice Beach. And then he pops back, well, I'm having lunch at Waffle House. I'll call you back. It was something you would see like in the office. Well, I'm having lunch at Waffle House. I'll call you back. Anyway, I called the guy back, and he's a big dog guy, and he's like, I just thought you might. I said, you could have chunked that thing for all I care. So I ended up having to go and meet the guy.
You're the one that took it off and threw it on the beach.
Maybe.
Maybe. All right, let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
All right, it is one of the favorite days of the year. National Cocktail Day. Cocktail Day. A day to treat yourself.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Speaking of that little bit there, I did not watch last night, but this morning on SportsCenter, there was a championship channel where Sue Bird, I don't know if you guys have seen her in a Corona commercial.
She's undefeated is the best blue.
Diana Taurasi. We're doing the kind of what you do, the Coaches Command Center or whatever.
Yeah, the bonus coverage, yeah.
And so that came up a little bit. They were talking about basketball as a game of inches. And they got a little out there. I don't know if y'all have seen that.
No, they got out there about that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
So, Alicia Moy.
I'm surprised that was a topic of discussion in that group.
Didn't seem like the discussion they'd have.
Yes.
Yeah, and I even think Andy Warhol was actually one of the sit-downs in the middle of that. I really do. Alicia Moy, 20, came home to a dreadful scene after calling it off.
Say basketball also a game of batteries? Jeez.
Dunaway.
That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I got pictures of this story. So let me start again. Alicia Moy, she's 20 years old, came home to a dreadful scene after calling it off with her boyfriend Jordan, 21 years old, after just a few weeks together. Alicia said, quote, "This was my first home and Jordan completely violated it. Thanks to him, I suffer with trust issues. Now I despise him." She goes on to say, "I was looking for a long-term relationship, but until Jordan, I'd never met up with any of my matches and really just used Tinder to chat with old friends. But I wanted to meet Jordan in person, and after we'd been chatting for a while, I invited him to come to my place. I was attracted to him. He dressed well. He looked like he worked out. After they'd been dating for a couple of weeks, he suggested he take a spare key from her flat."
That's a bold suggestion for only 2 weeks.
That's a little early.
Yep.
She eventually messaged him to call it off after she had already given him a key. She went to work the next day, returned home around 6 o'clock. She said, quote, "I knew something was off. As soon as I walked into the hallway, this is what she found."
That's spaghetti and shoes?
Yep. Spaghetti and poured beans all in her shoes.
That's how he got even? Oh, that's disgusting.
Yep.
The vacuum took a beating.
Condiments splattered all over the walls, cooking sauce poured all over the vacuum cleaner. When she reached the kitchen, she found that brand new appliances had been cut through. While police investigated the crime, Alicia moved out to stay with a relative. She told officers she thought Jordan may be responsible, and they arrested him a few days later.
Okay. Now, a couple things here. Number one, dumb on her part to give him a key. That's just number one. That was dumb on her part. Number two, I'm willing to send him to the island. Is this the guy?
That's the guy.
Yeah, I'm willing to send him to the island.
He was smug look.
Smug.
Quite the bang, too. That's not bangs.
That's
that is
a helmet.
bang.
Yeah. I mean, come on, you little punk-ass kid.
Send him to the island.
I was going to feel bad him having to go to the island, but I don't anymore.
No, not with that look.
Well, I mean, look.
This is going to only amp up in his life. He's going to do something worse.
That's right. It's gateway.
Yeah. He's going to do something worse later on.
Once you're pouring spaghetti in somebody's shoe, the next thing you're decapitating a body.
I mean, you can't handle rejection. There's more fish in the sea, dude.
Right.
Come on.
Yep.
Come on.
She's got a little Sophia Turner in her.
She does. Winter is coming.
Yep.
Winter is coming.
So let me get to this story.
All right.
Because I asked Rockstar if we'd done it before. This is pretty amazing. I just saw this yesterday. It happened back in October. But despite losing themselves at sea for nearly a month, 2 men from the Solomon Islands have returned from a rescue with a remarkably positive outlook.
How long?
Almost a month.
Almost a month at sea?
LeVay said, quote, "It was a nice break from everything." He set out with his friend Junior from Mono Island on September 3rd. The Guardian reported on Friday, equipped with only a small 60-horsepower motorboat and a sack of oranges for snacking.
A sack of oranges.
The pair planned a route headed 200 kilometers south to the town of Noro, New Georgia Island, which is right outside of New Guinea. When rough skies challenged their navigational system, the sailors decided to wait it out, turning off the engine to conserve the fuel until they could resume course, but heavy rains and wind would blow them rudderless vessel off course and down their GPS altogether, sending them 400 kilometers northwest of their place they were actually heading. Quote, we didn't know where we were. We didn't expect to be in another country. They said they survived 29 days eating citrus that they had brought, plus coconut scooped from the sea and rainwater collected on the boat.
Which one wore the crop top and shorts and made the coconut cream pies and tried to get the transistor radio to work?
My God, that's a long one.
I mean, how lucky did they get coconuts were just floating by?
I mean, that sounds bizarre to me. I would not think you would just have coconuts randomly floating in an
Could this
ocean.
be an April Fool's story that I just came across?
Could be. Do you think at one point one of them looked over at the other one and saw a turkey? Like, you remember on Bugs
when you
Bunny?
get so hungry?
Yeah.
What if we're the last people on Earth? We gotta continue the population.
We gotta try to procreate.
Yeah.
It's not gonna work.
You don't know that.
You gotta try.
I'm gonna like what was the movie when I was a kid? Blue Lagoon. I'm gonna send you out to the end of the rocks and let you handle the business
Do you
today.
remember that movie? Brooke Shields is trying to feed the baby an orange.
Oh yeah, yep, I do. It was a freaky movie.
Baby had to tell her that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, freaky movie.
So when the news broke at the World Happiness Summit in Miami, Florida, the crowd cheered. The bold-faced names gave glad speeches, and future students started filling out their applications. Now, Ty Ben Shahar, who is a co-founder of the Online Happiness Studies Academy, had found his happy place, a small liberal arts university in Hackettstown, New Jersey. Centenary University, with 1,100 undergraduate students and 830 graduate students, would be the home to the world's first master's program in happiness studies. In the 12 days since the announcement, 86 people have applied for the 18-month, $17,700 program. Now, students will examine techniques, including meditation, goal setting, yoga, physical exercise, breath work, different forms of journaling, according to the master's program brochure. Now, the coursework is intended less for recent college graduates than for mid-career business leaders, counselors, human resources specialists, and others who could apply such concepts to their work.
What do you have a degree in? Happiness.
Brown doesn't need it.
It's the Brown degree.
It's the one degree I got.
If he could get his undergraduate, we'd let him do the master's in happiness.
That's all.
Breeze right through it.
Yeah. Okay, I would think of all of us, the only one that consistently takes the selfie is Dunaway, right? Rockstar, you got his pose on it?
He does the weird face. Jim does the strangest face when he takes
It's because I'm trying to figure out.
This is what he does.
We've got another study out there, and it has to do with selfies.
Got to hit the button.
Now, while taking selfies was once regarded as vain, people now snap an average of 450 photos of themselves every single year on average. But a new study may put off capturing so many pictures with your front-facing camera. Researchers from the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center have revealed that selfies distort your face.
They do, 100%.
Making your nose look longer and wider than in standard photographs.
You never look worse than you do on FaceTime.
Now, the leader of the study went on to say, quote, there's a noted relationship between the increase in selfie photographs and the increase in rhinoplasty requests, especially with the younger patients. Now, the volunteers sat for a series of 3 photographs, 2 using a front-facing camera at distances of 12 to 18 inches from the face, and 1 taken using a digital camera at a distance of 5 feet. It's not even close.
Yeah,
it really isn't.
The 12-inch makes your nose massive. It's crazy.
Yeah, participants were 9.1% less satisfied with their nose in the 12-inch selfie than the digital camera photo on average, with 5.7% less satisfied with their face overall.
Because, I mean, I think the perfect example is the girl on the bottom. On the left, I don't know who she looks like. On the far right, she's all the way over to Zoe Deschanel or whatever her name is from Elf.
That doesn't look like the same girl.
It doesn't, but you see what I'm saying? She looks like that Zoe girl on Elf.
I've got now.
How do I say her last name?
Zoe Deschanel.
I think you nailed it. But see, now
Deschanel.
I set a timer and do it this way.
Yeah, you don't want to look like a complete idiot.
Okay, finally, Stephen Wright, 37, became locked in a bitter feud with Colin Jones after clashing over parking in the town
Stephen Wright, the comedian,
of Hanforth, Cheshire, shortly after Mr. Jones moved back in 2019. He was also accused of moving Mr. Jones' trash can before it could be emptied, piling leaves and rocks in front of his car, and running the washing machine on late at night to make noise. Mr. Jones, who has since moved out, reported Wright to police saying, quote, these issues caused me a great deal of anxiety, and I suffered a great deal of stress. My quality of life changed massively as a result of his behavior, end quote. Now, in one incident, the defendant put his clenched fist underneath the complainant's chin, said he could smell his breath, and words were exchanged.
Could smell your breath.
Next day, in a spiteful act of retaliation, the defendant posted through the letterbox a toothbrush and a toothpaste to mock the complaint further. Wright is also fined $210, ordered to pay $375 in cost in court surcharge. So he basically sent the guy toothpaste saying he had bad breath.
There's only one person I have ever known with that kind of breath. And I don't know that that person could take the hint because I think it was tried.
How did you hint?
I didn't. Other people did.
Well, how was the hint tried then? How was the hint attempted?
I think it's going to give away the person if I say that. You were there for it. You were too.
I wasn't.
You weren't.
Unless you were trying to give me the hint.
Well, I know you're talking about. There's been two that we've encountered. Though.
Yeah. There's only one I could think of that's that bad.
All right, that's Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have. Our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is still about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living in MLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Jeff B. says motorboat and oranges. That sounds like a porn movie. Chad says broke boat mountain. That's what Rockstar was describing.
You keep saying it's broken. Oh, man, it's broken. It's just us. What about the paddles? No, the paddles are broken.
And Champy's Chicken, our selfie of the moment. Pull it up, Forrester. Here's the picture I took just moments ago.
That's not that bad, actually.
That's our instant Champy's Chicken selfie of the moment inside the show right there, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. It is open right now for lunch. Go by and swing by and say hi to them. What are you about to say, LT? I need hair?
I wasn't saying anything. I was just looking at the picture.
You're wondering what Jay Billis and Scott Van Pelt are doing today?
Looks like a cutie with a booty.
Back in a moment on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. The best ride I've ever had is the car I'm in right now, an Alfa Romeo Stelvio from our friends at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. In a world where we hear about supply chain all the time, that's not a problem at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. They have the largest selection in the Southeast, and people come from all over to work with Bo O'Neill and his team. Find out for yourself. Stop by the dealership just off I-459 Grants Mill Road exit or AlfaRomeoUSA of Birmingham.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Creekside Barbecue at Oak Mountain is centered on great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs, along with chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside Barbecue, just off I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek with several TVs and incredible food. Creekside can also cater parties and other events up to 200 people. Stop by or check out the menu online, creekside-bbq.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Okay, Lunsford's about to make his way in here and update us on our bracket challenge. He's going to hop in here and give us an update on that. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. Wayne's getting you ready for that good, Barefoot Good backyard.
Summer lawn.
Yeah.
Barefoot Good summer lawn.
That's what I'm looking for.
And right now on the kindness of Wayne's, they're going to give you the first month free if you use the code TNR when you call 866-WAYNES1. That's when you agree to a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. With the code TNR for the next round, you get your first month free. 866-WAYNES1. That is 866-WAYNES1. Let Wayne's create your happy place with that Barefoot Good summer lawn. First month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. Use the code TNR at 866-WAYNES1.
All right, our EAW bracket challenge is going on. Lunsford slides behind Rockstar's microphone here. We've got some scenarios for tonight, Lunsford. How many people have a chance to walk away with the grand prize in our EAW bracket challenge? Is it down to a handful? Is it 10? What are we at?
We are at 2.
Wow.
2 people can
Two
win.
people.
Basically, Kansas wins, one person wins, North Carolina wins, another wins.
How about that?
Bad thing is the guy that's in first place right now can't win.
Okay.
There was one guy that had Auburn winning it all that was way out in first for a while. So
yeah,
he
fell behind because
Auburn got beat.
Yeah,
that really hurt him.
Obviously, people had the semifinals right, but Data Gibby is in first place with 98 points, but he had Duke winning it all, so obviously he can't win. But basically, second place right now, BA Fan 1980. I assume that's BA Fan, not Buff Fan, whatever. But anyway, he has Kansas winning, so he will win if Kansas wins. And then if North Carolina wins, B-Toe, who's tied for 11th right now with 85, he will win because he's the highest person that has North Carolina winning. So down to 2.
Wow, how about that?
So B-Toe or BA Fan.
Yep. Huh. So should use a B before our name. We would have been good.
Yeah.
I really wish, though, that Miami – did you guys even talk about the scenario on the show Monday? That was what closed out the bracket challenge?
Yeah, honestly, once I was safe, I just completely quit paying attention.
And we did mention that you had officially lost at one point, and we have privately off the air been discussing.
Oh, I know where I'm going. So I'm meeting people down because there were some people that listen and watch the show, and we were talking about the bracket challenge, and everybody is convinced it is Pacific Northwest.
Well, that was discussed on the show.
Well, that's where I wanted to send you, but I've been outvoted.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't even voted yet.
I thought it would be, the discussion behind the glass in commercial breaks, I thought it would be perfect, symmetry to the bracket to send you to Spokane, and one of the points of interest you have to stop by on the way back is Gonzaga, since you picked them to win it all. I thought that'd be, perfect for the bracket challenge.
Wait, when did we vote on this?
Yeah,
Well, the discussion in the back, you guys have these plans that I'm not. I listen, and I've thrown that I thought Gonzaga would be a great place, and y'all have other.
No, I just figured
ideas.
the torture would be if you sent me to the Pacific Northwest, the distance and
it's
the
a long
time
way.
to get back would probably be 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, it's a long way.
Yeah,
which is just a complete waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, as much as I hated losing this is the year I think you really wanted to lose. You want to go on this trip.
I don't necessarily want to go on it, but this is one I don't mind losing. I mean, it's just travel. I mean, there's some things like.
Yeah, but see, I like to travel when I'm going somewhere I want to go.
Well, I mean, we made it easier by having a companion to go with you.
Right now, the cutie with the booty appears to be in the lead. Could she video?
Yeah, so I think the roommate ended up, she would probably shoot me down.
For the record, I'm talking about the dog, not the roommate.
I've already asked both kids. Both kids said no way.
Jack would not travel America with you?
I thought Jack would embrace it.
I laid it out the way it was going to be. Probably a rat city, and then we're having to take bus, train, and
I got it. Lance and Harry take America.
That'd be funny. I'd like that.
What about Jack the intern?
I think he just went on a big trip.
Oh, he
He's
did.
got school he's got to worry about.
Jack would sign right up for this. We'll do it in the summer. Jack the intern with Lance. And Jack could video and narrate. I think we've got a winner.
Forster's the newest person in our group. I think it'd be good for him to travel with one of us cross country just to get to know the show better.
Again, I just don't want to take Forster out of his comfort zone.
He's going to miss like 35 softball games.
I know.
He does that one weekend.
I've got to find somebody to travel.
I think Jack the intern's a good choice. I mean,
if you say
I get to choose.
If you say it just like that, I bet the roommate clears the calendar at that
You
point.
think so?
I've got to find somebody to travel America with me. Oh, I'm in.
I promise she runs a great camera.
That's really. Is Dunaway not going with you? Okay, I'll go with you. That's exactly
No,
what
so
she'll say.
did you guys map out any specific destination?
We discussed
several.
We discussed an idea that we wish we had before. And since we didn't have it, it's never going to materialize.
Is it because of the one connector?
No. The idea we discussed, and it was Charlesa who suggested it, is that we should have set it up where the loser, not just you, but even if I had lost, had no idea what was next. And we set it up in each town where somebody meets you like at the airport and says, here's your train ticket. It leaves in 2 hours. You're going to Topeka.
We booked the whole flight.
That's right.
And the whole trip back.
That's right. You get no say-so in it. Enterprise has your car waiting. You'll have to drive to Missoula, Montana.
This was the conversation on the way back because we were stuck in traffic. And so I had Jack's buddy Ryan, we were convinced we were going to Tacoma or Spokane. And so he was looking at trains and Greyhounds getting back.
Yeah, wow.
And so we went through that, and it was going to be quite the haul. But you can take a train that goes from Seattle to L.A. to New Orleans.
Oh, my God, that sounds miserable.
It's 72 hours.
Sounds miserable.
But at least you don't have to worry about driving at that point.
Yeah, but it sounds miserable.
Yeah, but imagine being stuck on a train for 3 days.
Yeah.
No, the key is the shortest amount of time you can on a bus is what you're trying to do.
I've already got the bus figured out.
Yeah, the bus should not be very long. All right, top of the hour. We'll reset the whole day, talk some college football, hear from some coaches, set up the national championship game, all that in the final hour of the show that is being brought to you in part by our friends at Odie's. Odie's getting you ready for another week of trivia. We all had a great time out there Wednesday night.
Yeah, Birmingham Institution. Odie's located right there in Crestline Village. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible food for more than 3 decades now. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in, see Will Haver and that great staff. Ice cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Go see them today. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
Hey, and speaking of Bud Light, don't forget Bud Light Next right now has the next generation of light beers. How many times do you see Bud Light Next down on the beach this week? A lot, I know, because it's got 0 carbs and 80 calories. Bud Light Next, light body, super crisp taste for easy drinking. Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home, only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we roll on final hour of the show as we get ready to watch the national championship game tonight, 8:20 from down in New Orleans, and we appreciate all the pictures. We sent some of those around on Next Round Live from those of you that were big listeners and viewers of the show down in New Orleans for that contest this weekend. Part of the show this hour and the headlines being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR.
It is your first chance to see the next-gen car on the high banks of Talladega. Sunday, April 24th, the Geico 500, green flag, 2 o'clock Central. And you can enhance your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. It is fantastic at Big Bill's there. See more about that and get tickets, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. That's TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Walker Kessler, Defensive Player of the Year in college basketball, is off to the NBA, informing Auburn that over the weekend. Mike, who follows the show at Next Round Live, says, I know fans in the chat room have been saying otherwise, but Traore is a replacement for Jabari Smith, not Kessler. Auburn is looking for a Kessler replacement in the portal right now. That's life in college basketball, always having to rework your roster. Jaden Shackelford is off to the NBA as well from Alabama. Interesting quote from Nate Oates on our show Friday. You can hear at nextroundlive.com in the podcast section about Javon Quinterly, whether or not his injury is going to keep him in college maybe for one more year. UNC beat Duke to end Coach K's career back on Saturday night. Tonight it's the Tar Heels in Kansas. 8:20 on TBS. In that game, Kansas about a 4-point favorite, right?
Yep.
You got that lock coming up later on today on the air or over at LansingLock.com?
Yeah, we can do it. I mean, there's all you got is spring training baseball. There's no NBA tonight. They shut it down for the national championship. So,
right.
I mean, we've got one free play on that game. You might even want the other side.
Okay, we'll do that coming up a little bit later on this hour. We'll give you the winner of tonight's games from Lance's lock coming up. In that game tonight, Rockstar, you've got Hubert Davis, cut number 1 here, on playing for the title in his first year as a head coach. He's got North Carolina sitting here now 40 minutes away from winning it all. Here's Hubert Davis, the head coach of Carolina, about that big contest tonight.
I mean, we're playing for a national championship. One of the things that these guys have done a really good job at is celebrating a win, but also putting that aside and focusing on the tasks ahead of us. After we played an unbelievable Baylor team, we were able to set our sights on UCLA, and after UCLA, St. Peter's, after Marquette. And, it was just these guys have been fantastic at because, I want them to celebrate tonight. I just do. This is a special moment for them. This is a special moment for our program. So I want them to enjoy themselves. And so that's important. But we have more than enough time to prepare for an unbelievable Kansas team, and playing for the national championship. If you're not motivated for that, you shouldn't be playing.
Yeah, he wanted them to celebrate because there's no way you could keep them. You're in New Orleans, and you've just beaten Duke and ended Coach K's career.
Well, look, so he was on the 91 team, and that was back when I used to pull for Carolina, that got to the Final Four, and Kansas ultimately beat them and then lost to Duke, Grant Hill, Leitner, Hurley, those guys. So he's a guy that's played in big games, played in the NBA for a while, and I think ESPN being on television has made him really comfortable. But the control he's got as a year-one coach to go through that down dip early on and where they are right now, winning 10 of their last 11 games, that guy looks like somebody that's been coaching for 10 years.
He really does. But to your point, they celebrated that win so much. The Duke players just went on back to the locker room, and Krzyzewski kind of had to kill time to wait for the handshakes. So, I mean, that's why I asked, I guess it was Dan Wetzel asked that, or Coach Prohm, one of the two, about getting his team back down. They celebrated like they had won the national championship. They did everything but cut down nets.
I don't think you can get them back down. I really don't. And that's when we get to the lock here in a second if you want to.
Oh, I feel Kansas.
No, but I agree with you on this.
Yeah, I don't think you can get them back down. And Agbaji, the way he played the other night, when he's shooting like that, here's the one thing I'll say about Kansas, too. You'll never see this again. They have got, their top 8 scorers have got 973 college games combined they've appeared in.
Yep.
That's on average 121 per player. So you've basically got 8 4-year starters playing for Kansas.
But, and the other thing, too, is North Carolina, Lance, in that second half did not sub until Baycott's foul forced them to. So Hubert Davis was telling his team, We are all in on this game.
Well, Duke only went 7 deep too.
They did, but I mean, Carolina did not sub.
And Kansas will go about 7 as well.
Yeah.
They do the same thing.
Yeah,
they were able to at least get some more people in because they were handling Villanova double digits.
That's right.
And Baycott McCormick, who gets in foul trouble first, that could be a big storyline here. But the way Kansas shot it, the way they came out, laser focused against Villanova.
Yeah.
And that was as good as I've seen a team look this year. So I just think Kansas minus the 4. I think they win this game by double digits. Would love to see a good game. But I think it gets away from Carolina tonight.
100 possible minutes for starter. 100 possible minutes and a half, obviously. The starters played 98 of the 100.
That's amazing.
For North Carolina. I mean, they did not come out of that game until Baycott got fouls.
Program like Kansas, and Remy Martin is a guy that, played at Arizona State for years. But how do you get 8 guys, your top 8 scorers, that have averaged 4 years of college? That's impossible to do with the one and done.
You're right.
Yep,
And that's what you've got for Bill Self, and you probably never have this opportunity again. They felt like they were going to win it in 20 with COVID canceling the NCAA tournament. This is their opportunity, and I think 40 minutes is a huge swing from what Bill Self could accomplish to cementing that legacy. It really goes from, man, there's a lot of meat left on the bone if he doesn't win this, to he's one of the greatest coaches right now currently going.
Well, let's do the lock of the day every day. It's brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services, Lance'sLock.com, all the plays that he likes. And one thing I love about Lance, there may be 2 plays one day, there may be 9 another day. He doesn't set a certain number he wants to put out at Lance'sLock.com. He does it on whatever he feels right. Lance'sLock.com, your free play every day, brought to you by Hemphill Services. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, it's our friends at Hemphill Services that can make things right again. Adam and Chad have been doing that for a long, long time. Their team at Hemphill are the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right. The first time Hemphill Services does it right, always at a fair price. For all your plumbing, your cooling, and your heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemphill Services. You can call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Who you got tonight?
Too much emotion for Carolina, too much balance for Kansas. I don't think McCormick's going to have a night like he had the other night against Villanova, going for a season-high 25 points. I'm going to look for an unsung hero. Remy Martin, I just mentioned him, Arizona State.
Off the bench.
Only had one basket against Villanova, but he's a kid that's not afraid to shoot it. And I think Kansas wins this game going away tonight. I really do.
Kansas going away, so not even a good game.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good game for a while, but I think they ultimately win this game by 10.
Now, I've never tasted cognac, but there is a Remy Martin cognac that is really expensive. He's not named after this. Do you know the history of Remy Martin here?
He could be.
I don't know if he's named after it, but I am familiar with the cognac. I don't like it either.
What is cognac?
It's like more of a liqueur, like kind of an after
a dessert drink. Yeah.
Is it so? It's a little sweeter than
a
bourbon.
Little thicker, the
thicker?
texture, but
Yep.
it's pretty good. I don't mind cognac.
I don't either.
Drink it a lot.
It may be the last time I was sick, alcohol-induced sickness.
Was cognac?
Went to dinner with a few couples at Gianmarco's in town.
Too many White Claws?
A lot of drinking
Right.
of the red wine, and then an older guy who was at our table ordered a round of cognac with the desserts we ordered for everybody. And I was not familiar, had not ever experienced cognac. High alcohol content, right, in a small amount. Hit the cognac on mine, enjoyed it so much with whatever I was eating. I had Maggie's, who didn't want hers.
Wow,
Jimmy peer pressure.
And I may have sucked one more down from another wife next to me that didn't want it either. So I may have had 3 of those on top. Did not sit well.
Is Scotch close to bourbon?
It's a form of whiskey.
Is it?
Yeah, the way they distill it is just done.
What makes it Scotch?
Differently. Brown, I really don't know. I've been told. I've been to Scotch tastings before. That is definitely an acquired taste.
Is it really?
It doesn't. Whiskey tastes and bourbon tastes one way. Scotch is
different.
Something I can't handle.
Okay. I'm just curious. I got a friend that told me the other day that Scotch is his drink of choice now. That
he's probably acquired that taste.
He may have.
Yeah, some people love it. Yeah. I think it's. I've had some really good Scotches before. It's not my go-to though.
Johnny Walker is
that's a Scotch.
Johnny Walker Red, Johnny Walker Blue.
Johnny Walker Blue is what the high-end people drink.
A little Johnny Walker Blue.
That's what Dunaway would drink.
Yeah, I would not. All right, so this play is Kansas. That's our Hemphill
So you
Services
don't want
lock of
North
the day.
Carolina. You baited me last night for a steak.
I did not want North Carolina. I appreciate you giving me one back
I didn't
last
care.
night on the women's game. LT.
I thought it would pull me in to watch that, and I started watching Breaking the Band, the Jackson 5, and Prince instead.
I didn't watch one dribble of it.
I would switch in commercial break because I didn't have them DVR'd, so I was actually having real breaks, and I'd switch over there, but I couldn't stay tuned.
Lance predicted Dunaway was out for this. I think it was right as the tournament was tipping. Lance, who has not watched one women's game all year, literally picked the Final Four.
So 3-1s and UConn is what you picked?
And Lance has probably watched, what would you guess, 150? All are part of college basketball men's games.
Yeah, and it
200.
shows you. I
couldn't get one Final Four.
All I needed was one Final Four team, and I'm not having to travel.
And has not watched 1 second of women's basketball and successfully predicted
Does
the
that
Final
show
Four.
you how pathetic it is?
Well, there's just no balance. I mean, that shows you that it's a very top-heavy sport.
top-heavy.
It's gotten less top-heavy, but it's still very top-heavy.
Just ask Gino how not top-heavy it is anymore. He hasn't won one in a while.
I can't believe he hadn't won one since 2016.
But wasn't before last night? Wasn't he 11-0 in championship games, though?
Yeah, if he got to that point, he's won them all.
Yeah.
The problem
against
was
everybody, Summit or anybody.
When I first flipped over, it was 22-8 at the end of the first.
And I'll
that
say
game was
this,
already over.
I don't know that people are making a big deal out of this. I've seen a little bit of it, but they were talking about how much Dawn Staley's jacket cost last night. She was wearing a Louis Vuitton jacket on the sideline that looks like a Letterman's jacket.
It looked good.
But it's like people are like, that's a $4,600 jacket. Y'all don't think Jay Wright's worn a $4,600 suit on the sideline before?
Oh my
Get out of
God.
town, man.
No, he has not, by the way.
I know, it's
He
way
has-
more
He
expensive.
has not
Yeah.
wore a $4,600.
but
He's
here's-
wore a $10,000
So
suit.
let's don't criticize
No,
Dawn Staley.
I think the difference is you look at Jay and you just assume he's wearing that. She wore that where anybody could Google.
Well, I know, but let's don't criticize her for spending $4,600.
Well, look, she's
on
got a ton of money, so what does it matter?
I mean,
That's
Jay
right.
Wright's done it. I'm sure Krzyzewski's jackets are that much.
Great line from Jeff B. in the chat room. I tried cognac with a friend one night. Woke up feeling something cold on my shoulder. Turns out it was the floor.
That's a good line.
We've all been there. All right, let's do our 3 and Out today. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Tell us about Vulcan Tires, LT.
Yeah, Dunaway, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations. You can get a look at those brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. Stop by, see them today, or go online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
When career is over, who's got more national championships, Bill Self or Hubert Davis, in your opinion?
Wow. Tonight will be pivotal in this answer.
Yeah. Boy, I know the answer in about, I don't know if I can make it either. I was going to say it's so much more fun when we used to all watch the game together.
All right, so obviously, Dunaway, you know
Would have to be a spend the night party tonight.
You know the TV game. There is a reason they tip this at 9:20 Eastern. They don't just randomly do this. They've done the research.
No, that gets you to 6:20 on the West Coast.
Right, that's the reason,
So
right?
you bring in Los Angeles and San Francisco.
But boy, it is brutal over here in the eastern side of the U.S.
But unlike
east of the
football, it's a
Rockies.
2-hour game as opposed to a 3-hour game.
2.5.
Yeah, it's 2.5 now. But these timeouts are a lot longer.
It's 11:50 Eastern before this thing's over. It'll be 11 o'clock easy for us.
My lowest moment or best moment of being news anchor at CBS 42, the last time this was on TBS, I believe Villanova won the national championship, hit a big
Chris
jump
Jenkins
shot at the end.
to win it. It was going to go to overtime over Carolina.
Right. So Mark Prater was doing the weather on the old green wall. But I have put in the Weather Center, which was off the news set, the game on television over on TBS. So I literally have my back like this.
And Prater's doing the weather. So we
Watching
got
the
this. We got this front coming in here over the southern United States, and it's going to cause a lot of rain over the next couple of days.
He does the toss back for the tees. I'm solo anchoring because Sherry's taking the night off because nobody's going to be watching.
So all right, guys, that's what it's going to look like. Let's head back over to Jim.
And they catch me. My back is turned, and I'm watching, and I not even hear in my ear that he had tossed it back. I'm not picturing because he just hit the shot, and I'm like, whoa!
Well,
and
the
my
good
back
news
is the back of the head.
Nobody was watching.
Yeah,
you
that's
guys.
true. Yep.
I didn't get in trouble.
So
the bosses weren't watching.
Anyway, I'll answer it. Bill Self. I think they win
I think it'll be
tonight.
Bill
I think
Self, yeah.
2, and I don't know if Hubert. He probably wins 1.
I mean, Hubert's
Probably.
yeah, but I mean, we're going crazy over Hubert here. This was a nice recovery, and he's done well in the tournament. He's still got to build and sustain.
Yeah, they were 19-10.
That's the hardest part of this is building and sustaining. That's what separates the men from the boys in coaching, the guys that can build and sustain.
Right.
So he's still got to build and sustain. Bill Self has proven he can build and sustain. I'll go Bill Self.
Second down.
And Bill Self's got a lot of tread left. I mean, we just did it earlier. He's only 59, and he's obviously not getting fired.
Bigger pickups to helping a team win a championship. Bobby Wagner for the Rams, or the fact that you have the two most lucrative deals in the cornerbacks for the Miami Dolphins, as you guys have gone now with Byron Jones at $82.5 million and what ends up being almost $100 million for Xavier Howard. Bigger impact on a playoff or championship.
Well, I think it's the Dolphins. I bet it's the most expensive defensive backfield in football, and it has been for a couple of years. You can make the argument, Lance, behind Jalen Ramsey, Xavier Howard's the second best corner in the NFL. I mean, Jalen Ramsey's widely regarded as the best, but you can make an argument Xavier Howard's the second best.
You guys have had those cornerbacks, and the difference is the Rams haven't had that piece in the middle of the field. And Bobby Wagner over the last 10 years has averaged 138 tackles. The Rams haven't had that middle of the field guy.
If there was
since London Fletcher back when the greatest show on turf. Really,
London Fletcher.
Yeah, when you're looking at numbers.
If you listen to anybody, the only hole the Rams had left the field was that linebacker position.
Think about every level on defense. Aaron Donald, best in the game. Bobby Wagner, arguably best in the game. Jalen Ramsey, best in the game.
That's true. Well, I'll tell you what.
Your answer is the Dolphins.
Well, I mean, Lance makes a great point there. What I was going to say is the true star of that defensive backfield last year was Javon Holland, the rookie. I mean, the Dolphins have created an excellent defensive backfield. The difference is, you're right, they've had those guys. Potentially now they have the offense to match it, which really is more about the offense and less about
I
those
think the
signings.
Dolphins have become a fascinating team. I love how aggressive they've gotten. We don't know what kind of Mike McDaniel, what kind of coach is he going to be? Is Tua really going to be a franchise quarterback?
We don't know the answer
so
to either
many
one of
great
those.
questions coming up in a loaded AFC. I just feel really good about where the Rams are right now.
Third down.
All right, speaking of which, more likely to go hit their win total from Caesars or go over? Rams at 10.5 or Bucks at 11.5? And this does factor in the weak division.
Yeah, I probably would go Rams at 10.5. I mean, I feel like they're an 11-6 team.
Bucks are at 11.5, you told me?
Bucks are 11.5 in a division that the other three are having a hard time fielding a team.
If the Bucks aren't 6-0 in division, something's going awry.
Or worst case, 5-1.
5-1,
Yeah.
something's going awry. So I think I'll go Bucks.
Somebody asked me if the Bruce Arians thing was a big deal.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either.
As long as I've got Tom Brady, I'm okay.
Did y'all get any more information on that? I assume that
I think he wanted to make sure Todd Bowles had a good team in his first time. He was going to turn it over to him after one more year anyway. It was
Bruce
a good
just looked
opportunity.
kind of exhausted on the sideline sometimes.
Yeah, I don't buy into Brady wasn't coming back if Bruce didn't step down, but
because Brady
it does look like it.
He could shut it down again.
He could anytime.
Fourth down.
All right, in college football, these quote-unquote possible dark horses for the playoffs, who you're buying most this upcoming year? Cincinnati, who was in it last year, but getting back there impossible.
Nope.
Oklahoma State, Tennessee, or USC?
Of all those, Oklahoma State. I don't like any of them, but of all those, Oklahoma State.
Yeah, Tennessee too much in the SEC. USC is intriguing because really one game against Utah, if they were able to win that game in Salt Lake, they'd have they got a chance of going 11-1, winning the Pac-12 with Lincoln Riley and that brand.
Who's the big out of conference for them? Do you remember?
Don't trust Notre Dame.
Yeah,
Is that the only one that don't play anybody else? Okay.
They don't have anybody else that's
So
an
that's
impact. No BYU, nothing like that. Because we talked while you were gone, BYU is a fascinating schedule. It's got a lot of good games, but none that you can look at and say, "Oh, there's no way they don't win that game." So they could be an intriguing independent.
They're at a conference. Rice, Fresno, and Notre Dame. That's not that bad out of conference. It's doable there. Yeah. So if you could be Utah.
Yeah, some talent there. That's our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, again, anything you need for you and your family, bumper to bumper, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, stop and see our friends. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, a lot more to get into, including Bo Nix when we come back. Bo Nix had a chance to talk to the Oregon media as spring continues out there in Eugene. Why he chose Oregon, he talks about that, and what he's trying to do to secure the starting position in Oregon. All that as we roll on in the next round, which is brought to you in part today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, he and his wife own the company, locally owned now for 20 years, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. With one of our sponsors like Champy's Chicken needs a roof contractor, One person they call, Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. That's the kind of relationship Greg has with companies and with individuals. If you need your roof inspected, he'll do that for you, free, no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. No obligation. It's a free, no-cost inspection. Somebody asked me the other day, why does he do a free, no-cost inspection? Well, he hopes you do business with him, but he is a father of 10, so he understands about expenses. And when you have a question about your roof, you don't want that to be an added expense, so he gives you a free no-cost inspection right there. 205-542-3531, or look him up on Facebook. It's Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Spring is here, and as temperatures rise, it usually brings wind and rain, and that can lead to problems. Ryan Brown here for the next round. If a problem does occur, Dry Tech specialists are ready to help. It is so important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. So act fast. Call Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. You get 24/7 emergency services with Dry Tech. 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I've lost 22 pounds in just 8 weeks. I weigh less than I did back in college. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at LancesLock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at LancesLock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at LancesLock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, LancesLock.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Our countdown to college football is underway, 145 days away from week 0. We end the basketball season tonight with the national championship. We had this discussion briefly on Friday as we are technically getting everything still built out here. Guess what starts this Friday?
Baseball starts Thursday.
Baseball starts
true.
Thursday, but
more important than baseball.
A tradition on our show between the Final Four ending and the start of football season. What do we do every
40
Friday?
and 40, right?
No,
we're getting there.
That's not until 40
Pretend
days
the
out.
guy on our show sings songs with a guitar.
Oh, the Lounge with Rock Stars.
The Lounge with Rock Stars
Now
starts
you
this
got it.
Friday. So we'll look forward to Rockstar. This is when Rockstar tells me he's not here Friday.
No, I'm here. Is the equipment here?
Do we get special guests too, or just you?
Oh, I'm planning on doing that, but I need to know,
Okay.
will we be ready Friday?
We're going to figure it out.
Friday, this Friday, at least have you. We'll test everything with you this Friday, okay?
Okay.
All right. So Rockstar in the Lounge on Friday with us as we kick off our summer series of music on Fridays as we do our happy hour here. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Crane Works.
Jimmy D, you can see right now on our social media channels, Coach Wimp Sanderson trying to guess the equipment in the Rental Works division of Crane Works. He's done okay. We got another one. Did the other one drop yet, Scott, or is that dropping later today? Dropping later today. We'll have a new one out. The coach trying to guess equipment. We've already looked at a pressure washer, a cement mixer, a sod cutter. It's stuff like that. The stuff you don't have in your garage, but you need for those DIY projects. You get it in the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Craneworks.com to see more. Craneworks.com, like everything else at Crane Works, right there under the big dog off Red Mountain Expressway. Go see the Rental Works division of Crane Works.
What was his worst answer so far?
Oh,
It had to be the side cutter.
The side cutter was pretty bad, but he's got a really good one coming up, though. Is that, Scott, I forgot to watch the video. Is the one, the lift, that's in today's? That's in the next one? Okay, yeah. His best answer of all is in the last one that'll come out. But today's are good, too.
Listen, I grew up in Alabaster, and I've said that many times. What do you say? Where do you say I grew up?
In the mud puddle.
The
yeah.
mud puddle. So listen, I've never bought into the disconnect between the average American and Hollywood. But did you see the value this year of the Oscar gift bag?
Well, I didn't. I saw the Grammy gift bag last night. I think they had to pay $61,000 in taxes if you kept
the gift bag
from the Grammys. Was the Oscars more?
I don't know what it was, but
it was $120.
What the Grammys was, but the Oscar was $137,000 in the gift bag.
It was $140.
The Oscars was $137. And the
137.
Grammys was $140. Yeah. So the tax liability was about $50,000 for the Oscars.
Yeah, I think I saw
Grammys.
61 was what they paid. I'd be like, I think you can keep mine. Because
So-
I mean, what would you get in there that
Well,
you?
here we go. In the Oscar gift bag, LA-based marketing company Distinctive Assets put together the bag. Designer popcorn was in there.
That sounds good.
A voucher for $12,000 worth of liposuction was in there.
Okay.
Now listen, if I'm in Hollywood and I'm an actress or an actor and I'm not in good enough shape already, am I really going to use $12,000 worth of liposuction?
That seems like an excessive amount of liposuction. I don't know what it goes for, but $12,000 seems a touch high.
Now, so what are they? Do you get to look at the bag before you decide, hey, I'm going to pay taxes on this?
Dig through it.
Well, I guess they figure out in advance. The representative who wanted to remain anonymous working with the Oscars says we get 25 to 30% of the guests who will be getting gift bags call us in advance wanting to know what's in the gift bag. And they want to go ahead and make the decision whether they want one or not. So a quarter of them go ahead and call in advance.
I think I would go on and pass on the gift bag. I guess if does it look like, is it in bad taste to not to accept it?
I think the way I would roll is, hey, can you guys just donate that to a good cause? I don't want mine. Just donate mine to a good cause.
20
that way you don't have to say I'm not taking it.
That's pretty
right?
good.
Yeah.
28 people this year got what is known as the Everybody Wins bag. 5 nominees for the Best Actress, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Director. This is a bag on top of the bag of the biggest categories where they give you stuff just because you were nominated for those big things. So
to me, it's not even a gift if you're having to pay taxes on it. I've never understood that really.
Yeah.
The Academy should pay taxes.
Do you guys like the Chicago mix popcorn, the cheddar and the caramel together?
I do. My wife likes it more than I do, but I do like it.
That's really good. I literally had never had it until I went to Chicago, and now it's pretty common.
I always lean salty a little more than sweet.
See, I like the
definitely in
caramel.
that situation. I like the cheese popcorn
See, it's
more.
perfect.
But I like both together.
It's perfect to eat with my little one. She only likes the cheese, so she'll eat all the cheese and leaves me the caramel.
Right.
Which I like them both, but the caramel's the better.
We made some homemade cookies over the weekend, and Maggie adds a little sea salt into the chocolate chip or the peanut butter cookie, and just enough where you can taste it a little bit. I like that a lot. All right, Bo Nix, Auburn quarterback. He's out at Oregon now. I had a chance in the middle of their spring to talk to the gathered media out there.
By the way, in this still shot, he looks like he's coming out of a cave. Like the vision's a little limited.
It does look like
he
it's
hadn't had
awful bright.
sun in about.
Yeah.
I mean, the sun's it's much more bright down here in Auburn than it is in Eugene.
My God, the sun!
Thank God we're outside finally in the Pacific Northwest.
Big
It's not
fire
raining.
and sky scare me.
It's not raining. We got blue sky.
Yeah, really, the sun is awful bright.
Bo Nix, on first of all, leaving Auburn, out of all the schools, why he picked Oregon and the Ducks. Here's Bo.
Why Oregon? What did you like about this program?
Yeah, well, why not Oregon? That's what I told a lot of people. Always have great talent, always well coached, and a good conference. And they're each and every year they're always a team that you know can be in the college football playoff. And so that was intriguing. And then obviously with Coach Dillingham, Coach Lanning, when Coach Dillingham got the job, we have already had that connection, already had a great relationship from where he coached me back in the past, and so that had a lot to do with it. But it was just, why not Oregon? It was a great opportunity.
Why not Oregon? Where are you guys right now in the field for Bo Nix on what he's going to do this year at Oregon?
I want to point out real quick, he told us on this show he never visited Eugene, Oregon.
Never did.
Committed there sight unseen. So there is some truth, at least, in the reasons he chose that. It wasn't because he went there and fell in love with it. He looked at it and said, and he's not wrong, Lance. I don't know about being well coached always. I was so in Cristobal, but they're always in the mix, and they always got a ton of talent in the mix for that conference.
If I was 22, I feel like I could go to Eugene and hang out for a year and I'd be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, just based on what you've seen, especially playing football with facilities, the backing of Nike, he's right. It's a relevant program right now. I've got a feeling he's going to win the starting job. I'm back and forth on this. Ty Thompson, coming out of high school, obviously a 5-star guy. Clean slate with Dan Lanning, but I don't think Bo Nix goes all the way across the country unless he really believes he's going to be the guy.
Especially knowing that Dillingham is there, who coached him at Auburn, and Dan Lanning, who coached against him
a couple of
times. The fact that those guys were comfortable enough with him coming over tells you they liked what they were getting in Bo Nix. This isn't some shot in the dark for him to maybe get a starting job.
Okay, I'm going to let Bo answer this first, but I want you to get in your head what Bo needs to improve on if he's going to have Oregon contending for the Pac-12 championship. Here's Bo Nix on what he needs to improve on.
I want to do, if I'm out there playing, whatever my team needs me to do, whether that's making a play, whether that's making the consistent play. I think if you look at a lot of the great quarterbacks, take Tom Brady, for example, he doesn't ever make a wow play. He just makes the consistent ones over and over and over, and that's why he's the greatest of all time. And so just continuing to learn and grow and know that for my situation, make the consistent plays, and just be there for my team.
No wild plays, just consistent plays. That's just the opposite of what we saw at Auburn in Bo Nix.
Well, I think he's on it. I think consistency is what he needs. Consistency and accuracy, I guess they kind of go together. But backyard Bo is what makes him. So you want that element of his game. And I think it can be even a little bit more in the Pac-12.
Yeah. Backyard Bo got him in trouble too, though. I mean, it was feast or famine a lot of times with Backyard Bo, because I felt like most of the issues he had at Auburn, and this is not always his fault. I think it became mental with him a little bit, was him having to flush from the pocket too quickly. Sometimes he had to because the pocket wasn't there.
Right.
And sometimes he chose to because the first minute he felt pressure, because the pocket had often not been there for him with a subpar offensive line, he would scramble. And you're right, Lance, it led to some backyard Bo, which were phenomenal plays like at LSU, but it also led to times where he's throwing on the run. They were inaccurate throws, or they were poor decisions throwing back across the middle late that led to interceptions.
Relatively to the competition they're playing, he should be behind a better offensive line at Oregon than the one he left behind at Auburn.
I mean, honestly, I think it would be hard to regress in that situation.
Yep. Cristobal had done a good job of recruiting there as an offensive
Probably
offensive
will
lineman.
have, I mean, outside of Tank, probably better skill guys, too.
Yeah, and the Auburn O-lines were not good. I mean, again, this was not always his fault, but I think it became mental with him that the first minute he felt a little bit of pressure, he would flush out of the pocket. But you're right, Lance. Outside of Tank Bigsby, I don't think they got a Tank Bigsby there. He should be throwing to better overall talent.
Our show being brought to you today in part by our friends at Bromberg's, not just during the holiday season. If you got a special event coming up, anniversary, birthday, or if you like to plan in advance, what is this, April? For the holidays, Bromberg's can do that too.
Yeah, if you're looking to pop in the question here in 2022, go see the Diamond Specialist, our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. They've established solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Melbrook and the Summit. You can also go online, go to brombergs.com.
All right, when we come back, Jordan battle on how Alabama is doing in their spring, coming off their first scrimmage. Remember Auburn's A-Day game is this Saturday down at Jordan-Hare Stadium, Alabama, a week from Saturday, as we take care of the off-season part of college football right here in the South.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
15 pounds.
Whoa. So that's why you've been wearing skinny jeans lately, huh? I read you. At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show and get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Back with you on the next round. Texas A&M picked up another 5-star recruit when the show was over with the other day. LT Overton, big 5-star defensive lineman for this recruiting class. It's their 5th 5-star that they've got in this recruiting class.
I heard that they've got, and I think I'm saying this right, they've got more 5-stars than the Big Ten has right now as a conference, and twice as many 5-stars as the ACC.
Wow.
I think I'm quoting that right.
I mean, look, I know Jimbo Fisher is one of the most talked about coaches in the history of this show, but the clock 100% is ticking on a national championship. Now, you cannot recruit at this level and not win a national championship.
Within 3 years.
Yeah.
Alabama and Ohio State are viewed as the 2 best teams coming back. Georgia just won one. So is it really realistic to think they're going to get one in 3 years?
I mean, well, he better.
He's got to.
He's got to, the way he's recruiting.
Or at least be in the playoffs. But see, the problem is 2 of the 3 teams you just named are in his conference. He's got to get to Atlanta. He's got to get past one of them in Alabama, and then to get to the playoffs, he's got to get past the other one in Georgia.
And your recruiting, Jim, is not significantly better than those 2. It's better right now, but not significant enough that you have an obvious roster advantage.
No, Texas A&M has the best class in the history of football. Alabama had that a few years ago. And by the way, Alabama was second behind you. And may have had the second best recruiting class in the history of football.
So it's not as if everybody else is recruiting outside the top 10 and you're building this massive roster gap.
Part of our show today, speaking of ticking clocks, we're getting closer to the World Games coming here to Birmingham, the official vodka of the World Games as we all gather in Birmingham. Our friends at Redmond Vodka and Redmond Distilling.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste. Color and smell, it's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
If I asked you one position on defense for Alabama that they need to fill a hole, secondary seems strong. Linebackers are unbelievable. Maybe the best linebacking core in a decade, sideline to sideline. Isn't it replacing Phil Mathis on the defensive tackle, that middle part of the defensive line? Isn't that where they need to find the answer?
Yeah, I mean, Mathis was, so underrated because everybody talked about Will Anderson. DJ Dell will be up there, and obviously you guys got a lot of experience and one of the guys you'll lean on for leadership. But, yeah, Mathis is probably a pretty good answer.
Defense seems to be a given.
The opposite corner of Kool-Aid, maybe?
Is this a year where we get no complaints about Pete Golding?
No. I don't think that year exists.
No.
That year will not exist.
Because the expectation this year is going to be a top 5 defense, wouldn't you think, with everybody returning?
Yeah, I think Alabama fans will say, we saw what Georgia did defensively. Don't tell me you can't still do that in modern football. Georgia won a national championship last year built off of the defense.
Yeah, but, I mean, Kirby was beloved as a defensive coordinator. You'd give me that, right? We never got Kirby Smart complaints, I don't think.
Never.
But he would still have that random game in a year where they'd give up 45. You'd go play Johnny Manziel, and he'd go up and down the field.
I think that's going to happen. When you play an elite quarterback in today's college football, there's going to be that game that you give up a lot of points.
Here's Jordan Battle after the scrimmage talking about how Alabama's defense is going to have to handle that kind of expectation.
There's a whole lot of starters back on defense. Just how the expectation is adjusted or maybe raised because of that.
Yeah, the big thing is leadership, leading all the guys. I know we have a lot returning, but we have to stay humble, keep everybody in their right mind every day in practice, go out there, practice hard, practice harder and harder. The offense is going to challenge us, so we got to go out there. Bryce, Heisman Award winner, he's going to check, keep us on our toes, so just staying focused.
I don't grade film, obviously, but just naked eye, my untrained naked eye, Jordan Battle had a really good end of the season last year. Like, I think he doesn't get enough. People bang Tank Bigsby for running out of bounds in the Iron Bowl. Jordan Battle does not get enough credit for the play he made on that play.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, if he's not there, if he's not making contact, if he's not dragging, Tank Bigsby doesn't have to go out of bounds. Jordan Battle made a play there. Now, Bigsby needed to get down before he got out of bounds, yeah. But Bigsby made a play.
Turns out to be one of those plays that got you to a national championship.
There's no doubt. So I think Battle was really good. Brian Branch is spectacular. I mean, I think there's some players in that secondary, no doubt.
National championship in basketball tonight, 8:20 TBS. Again, some of you are going to turn on out of habit CBS 42 tonight and say, where's the national championship game?
I did it Saturday, by the way.
It's on TBS tonight. I think it's 2:47 if you're a DirecTV person. So 2:47 tonight for that one as you watch the national championship. LT gave you a lock earlier. He likes Kansas. He likes giving up the 4 points there. Brownie, where are you on the national championship game tonight?
I think I got to go Kansas. My fear with North Carolina, number one, is that Kansas is just the better team. That's number one. That Bill Self is the better coach. I think that's number two. Number three is this emotional high. North Carolina players have been told for a week leading up to that game, hey, this is your chance. You get to end it for Coach K. You get to end it for Coach K. And now they've heard for 24 hours how awesome it was you guys ended Coach K. Meanwhile, there's Kansas. They beat Villanova, and they're just plodding along towards the national championship. Emotionally, it's going to be almost impossible for Carolina to match that emotional level again.
Yeah, and I think Bill Self can sell his guys, hey, look, 2 years ago, this thing was taken from you. The COVID shut everything down. You had an opportunity to win it now. This is your opportunity. Again, 8 guys, 973 career games.
Yeah, that's a lot of experience in college basketball. That's the national championship game tonight. When we come back, our final thought, which includes the best thing this guy had at the beach to eat on vacation. He'll tell us what that is in the final segment. Coming up here on TNR.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The racing, the big one, the camping, it's all just bigger at Talladega. And with a doubleheader on Saturday and the premiere of the next-gen cars on Sunday, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. NASCAR's biggest and baddest track is back. The Talladega NASCAR Weekend, April 23rd through the 24th. Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Okay, a Michelson look ahead to the game tonight. Brought to you by our friends at Michelson. It'll actually come from Greg Nelson of Storm Restoration Roofing. He has a prediction on the game tonight. Tell us about our friends at Michelson, and we'll give you Greg's prediction.
Look, to find out if LASIK is right for you, make this simple phone call, 969-8100 to Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Make the call today. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. Find out. Just get that hassle-free consultation. Find out if LASIK is right for you. I had the 2200 vision before I went in. After going in, get the procedure done. I've got 2015 vision better than 2020. Make the call that I made. Call 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Call today. Tell them the Next Round sent you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Greg says in the chat room over there, I hadn't heard anyone with this view, but Carolina beats Kansas easy tonight. 15 or more points. You heard it here first. Now, Brownie, you say Greg. Okay, I was like, man, Greg seems like he'd be easy to take money off of. You said no, he gets a lot of these right.
Well, I remember him telling us Georgia over Alabama in the SEC championship game. And then there was another one he called that a lot of people were on the other side, and he called that one, and we laughed at him.
You mean Alabama over Georgia?
Alabama over Georgia, excuse me. And he called that one, and we laughed at him. And he ended up being right. It seems like he's had two, but it seemed like the whole public was one way and he was another way.
Yeah, to me, this game seems kind of split. You know, you hear people talking about, Carolina's got the momentum coming into it. Kansas has probably got the better roster.
I mean, Kansas is favored by 4, so it's not that
big.
big.
It seems like that this is going to be a money game that's just kind of split. I'm just playing, the fact that they are a better team. Brown said it. Better coach, at least more experienced coach, more experience.
Cleaning up a little dead wood. You're fresh off the beach, so nobody's going to blame you, but everyone's pointing out if you're looking for someone opposite of Kool-Aid McKinstry, how about Eli Ricks from LSU, the portal guy who comes in? It's hard to remember all the portal guys who have come in.
He's got to earn that job.
Nobody's giving him that job. Yes.
No, you're right. I mean, I read this morning he had shoulder surgery, I think, and he's not even really participating.
Limited in spring, but I will tell you.
I think you know what he can do.
If you watch the montage, the 1 minute and 30-second edit from Alabama football last night that they sent out, It's highlights of the scrimmage that the local affiliates don't get to shoot. The Alabama folks shoot. There is a Gibbs run. Jahmyr Gibbs, that's his name, right? The running back from Georgia Tech.
Mm-hmm.
There's a run where he bursts through a hole and then cuts off, and he's outrunning everybody. That everyone was raving about online.
Heard nothing but praise about Jahmyr Gibbs.
Like he did hit the hole and then about the linebacker level, cuts it to the right, and then nothing but daylight to the house. A lot of people raving about that. You can see that on the Alabama football Twitter. All right. Johnston RV Center, our last sponsor of the day here. They keep you connected to the show. And then LT, hopefully he had at least one good meal while he was down at the beach. I want to know what the best thing he ate down there.
Well, I know he was eating when the big booty cutie was found, or whatever it was. JohnstonRVCenter.com, family owned and operated by Rodney and Nick Johnston. Great father-son team there. They are the top-selling travel trailer dealer in the entire state. You can see them. I just passed both their locations over the weekend, driving up I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur. They are home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. Mention JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com. I had the #1 burger in the state of Kentucky 2 years running.
When you were in Kentucky?
When I was in Louisville over the weekend. It was so-so.
No, you didn't say that on social media.
Well, I'm trying to be nice to him. I said it was pretty solid. Pretty solid.
Yeah.
So I'd give it a pretty solid.
What about you?
It was edible.
It was edible.
You were down at the coast. Anything good? Any good desserts? A good beer? Or anything you stumbled across?
No, we had a couple of good things. We were down there again. 7 days to me is a little too long.
Right.
I'm kind of with Jen Brown. I think 4 or 5 days is probably the way to do it. Unfortunately, we celebrated birthday down there. My daughter got sick the morning of my birthday, and so we had to cancel the birthday dinner. But went to lunch the next day at this really good place. It's when roommate made the phone call to the dude, and he said, "Well, I'm having lunch at Waffle House." But they had these Murder Point oysters, and they do their saltines in-house,
right?
Fresh.
Oh, wow! Interesting.
Oh, unbelievable! And they have 4 different sauces for the oysters too. But the oysters were unbelievable, and then they got a really good burger at that place too. It was the double stack, and it had they had the B&B pickles on it with their
the bread and butter
sauce.
pickles.
Yeah,
I like bread and butter pickles
too. But the Murder Point oysters were. I just been craving oysters all week.
You like them steamed? I mean, you don't eat them raw.
I eat them raw.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So you're not worried about the.
Well, I've just always heard this, and I just go by it.
Month with an R.
Yeah.
April.
Now, I do know a guy that got
March.
Now, I know a guy in March that got hepatitis from him.
Yeah.
Y'all know him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the oysters. Damn oysters.
You're not supposed to eat them that way, Mike.
Rockstar, are you taking requests for the lounge yet?
Sure, man.
His request is we have it set up right.
For it to be ready. We'll be good.
Hit Rockstar up. What's your email address here, Rockstar? Rockstar at nextroundlive.com?
That's right. Rockstar at nextroundlive.com.
What about, have we determined, can he only do originals?
I don't know. I guess we're going to try and see what happens.
We're going to ask Lunsford to do a little.
I don't think he knows either.
Do we get the flag when you play your covers?
It'll get a flag.
I think that's probably.
Even when you do your covers?
Sometimes, yeah.
Well, I think the key is that you make it not sound like.
How are there certain people that just play music all the time?
Well, I don't know.
I think you need to strip it down and amp it up enough to where they can't figure it out, Rockstar.
Sing it in Spanish.
Is it the chord progressions? What is it that gets us
lyrics
flagged?
And everything? I don't know how it happens, but because I did "Ordinary World" by Duran Duran, my version of it, and we got flagged for that, saying this resembles "Ordinary World" by Duran Duran.
Yeah, well, there's a reason it does. Yeah. Thank you very much.
You guys are good.
It can't be robots listening, right?
I don't know how it does
some sort of algorithm.
They've got to have something that monitors nonstop.
Yeah, I guess the lyrics.
I love our new setup. If you don't, here's what I've learned around here. If you don't know the answer, you know what you say? It's some sort of algorithm they've got set up. I use that phrase all the time, and I just caught myself using it thinking, I bet that's not it at all.
Yeah. Hopefully LT doesn't use that on sales calls.
It's an algorithm.
Some kind of algorithm. Don't really understand it. All right, that's our show today. We're back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Enjoy the national championship game. We're all Kansas. We're all Kansas
That's
here.
probably good news for North Carolina.
Yeah, probably good news for North Carolina. If you missed the funeral for Coach K's career, You can go see that on my Twitter account at Jim Dunaway there, and I tweeted it from at Next Round Live. Thanks for being with us. Thanks to all of our great sponsors. Thanks to all of you, the great viewers and listeners, making the first half year of us doing this so much fun. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.